Hi, ladies. Good morning. Hi, Amy. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Donna. Annalisa. Let's see who else. Jane's on. I love the cameras on. I love to see everyone's faces this morning. How is everyone doing? We're made it to day 3. Can you believe it? I'm kind of sad. I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, oh, this is kind of fun actually to do for 3 days, to spend 3 days with Shamina and learn some new things and have new people on. And I'm just so excited for today. I think you guys are going to really like today because we're going to dive more into the money mindset stuff, Shamina's specialty. So, but I want to hear from you guys. Does anyone want to share anything from yesterday that really stood out for you? Let me know. Good morning. I know, Sasha, I'm so sad too. Stephanie, would you like to share? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I think it's not just standing out, honestly. It's the combination and the compilation of everything. It's the aha moments, right? And I said it in my video. It's finally clicking. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to be open to receive in a different way. And when I listened yesterday, I was like, man, I have been playing way too small and, I guess almost looking for permission. And if that was true, permission was granted yesterday.
Yeah. Wow, that is so powerful. I agree. I was thinking we're matching, by the way.
Yeah,
Did you
we
guys
are. Look at
remember? I was like,
that.
wow, we're matching. We're twinning today. But I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, what allows like the women in Shamina's container to thrive? And it's kind of the frequency she holds and the space she holds and the permission she grants you to own your bigness, especially when you want to revert to your old way of thinking. She's like, nope, I'm gonna pull you back up. We're gonna get back up there, and here's your reminder, stay on focus. Who do you want to be? How do you want to show up as? And it's kind of crazy because like most of the time we're like looking for someone to give us permission when we're the one who gets to decide. So I love that, Stephanie. Thank you so much for
No,
sharing.
it was fantastic. Her line of why do you think you're so special? You don't get to be a millionaire. It's like we've thought of it in the reverse. And when she said that, I was like, man, thank you. So thank you.
Yes, of course. I love that. Yes. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, let's see. Go back to my gallery view here. Would anyone else like to share this morning? No one? Don't be shy. Annalisa, go ahead.
Hi everyone. I found very interesting the part of the messaging. For me, under a practical perspective of the business, that it's something that I struggle a little bit in getting it right, because the ideal client for me is I could actually sell my courses to different people, but they have a different mindset. So for me, I'm not sure exactly how to do that, how to put out a good message. And well, obviously, I have a lot of garbage that I have to clean up about, I don't deserve this or that and stuff like that. So yeah, so far it's been great.
Yeah, I love that. And we're going to dive more into that today and, different mindsets for different offers. So that's where the ascension system comes in. So hopefully you locked in your seat and you'll be able to talk to Shamina so we can help you with that. But thank you, Annalisa, for sharing. Okay, that's a really good point as well that Annalisa brought up. Where where in you guys' business do you feel like Shamina can help you, or like where is the biggest struggle and pain point? Miranda, would I see your hands up? Would you like to share? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I used to be an assistant to a coach and we help people lose weight. And so it's something that's been in my wheelhouse for a long time, but then I got the training that I got trained in because I needed more help and stuff. So it's just kind of transpired the way it is, but it's like a lot of the things that she's talking about, going on podcasts, getting out there, speaking, being on TV, all that kind of stuff is some things that I've done before to help other people. And of course, that's back when there wasn't much of the thought of me being it, but also me wanting to. So I really realized yesterday I mean, everything that she was talking about, she could definitely help me in my business, definitely for me, because I'm trained at what I just need more clients. I can do what I do. I just want more clients, right? And
Yeah.
to charge what I need to charge. So, but I was just really excited that so many things, you know, like I had applied for this Affirm thing where my clients could go through them and buy things, and my gut feeling felt like no, 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 that's not what you're meant to do. And then the way that she talks about things with financing and stuff like that, I was like, okay, yes, yes, this makes sense to me because that wasn't feeling right. And yeah, just so many things. But yeah, it was just awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you got more clarity around that and that you're like ready to stand into the spotlight and
Yes.
you know, position yourself as the authority in what you do. So that's really amazing. And we'd
Yeah,
love to
I
have
know another one said that she was like, I've been afraid to stand out. I've been afraid to stand out. And it's like, okay, yeah, I get that. I've been feeling that too. So yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
we're here to put you guys in the spotlight. We want you guys to be in the spotlight. You guys wouldn't be in Shamina's container if you weren't meant to do something bigger and bolder, and you get permission to do that here, like Stephanie said. So I love that. And thank you so much, Miranda, for sharing.
Awesome. Thanks.
Let's see. Guys, my stomach is growling. I might have to get something to eat when Shamina hops on. I'm a little bit hungry this morning. Um, Let me just make sure she didn't say anything. Okay, Shamina will be here in 5 minutes. So anyone else? Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, the fact that what you give attention to grows. And it's just like if you give attention to negativity, then the negativity grows. So you have to have a positive mindset and keep your attention on things that are positive and goals and desires. So that was a good point for me.
Yeah, I love that. It's huge. And it's easier said than done, right? To
Yes,
focus on the positives, especially when your reality might not be showing those things, but it holds
right,
true. Like what you focus on grows. And um, you know, as I've been like so close to Shamina, I've started to notice how like people's biggest barrier is just their mind and what they believe to be true. And it's just so
yes,
crazy because that it's so simple. But we make it bigger than it has to be. And something she said actually on our millionaire mindset call last week is like you don't always have to do so much dissecting and feel like you're like suffering to get to the next level. Like you just get to
right.
decide that you're ready to do it. And so yeah, I love that. That is so true, Jane. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see. I do want to ask you guys a question if no one else wants to share is like we would love some feedback for our team and just for Shamina. Like what is there anything we can improve on? Did you guys I don't know if Sash sent out probably in your emails a feedback form, but anything that you guys need more help on or something we can improve on or something that you really liked that you're like more of this please. Does anyone have any feedback for us? Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing is I would like to get the workbook a little earlier because by the
Okay.
time, sometimes it comes just before and I don't get the whole thing printed out in time. So to
Sure.
me, that would be like if I get it the night before, that would be awesome. But that was the only thing that was,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's something we can definitely do. We can post it the day before so you guys can have it. You can print it out so that you follow along. That's great feedback. Thank you, Jane,
Yeah.
for sharing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything you wanted that you need clarity around, something that wasn't clear, let us know.
I have a question.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Because I didn't realize this was something to check into and just how it goes. Because I know the person that I worked with that has trained me to do what I do, they have their own belief systems about it. But when we learn this information and we pay for it, are we able to take that information and go out and teach it to others?
What do you mean?
Are we able to teach the content that we learn to others and teach it to them?
Like you mean like the systems we're gonna show you, like our workshops?
Yeah, anything to do with the business or anything to do with the emotional stuff, any of it, really. Or is
Well,
there
we don't,
certain parts that it's okay to share and certain part it's not, or I don't know.
I think that's a question more guided for Shamina to answer, because obviously if like you learn how to do something that you can mimic, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but trying to teach somebody else's stuff is not really something in alignment with what we do here. So it
Mhm.
depends. But I wouldn't necessarily say if you're looking to come into the container just to reteach what she's saying, that definitely is
I want it
something.
for me. I want it for me, but that's what I want to be clear on. Yeah.
What was that? I missed what you
But I
said.
want the information for me, but that's what I want to be clear on is what I can share and what she doesn't want me to share. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it would just be misaligned and kind of if you were to like take a program, it's like someone taking your program, Miranda, and then going out and teaching exactly what you teach. The only time when this would really be allowed is if you were part of like affiliate program with us. So
Mhm.
yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
No, it doesn't, but okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, I'll make sure that Shamina, I'll let Shamina know, and then she can speak to you more about it, or I can let you know after today's
Okay.
meeting.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions for me? Or want to share any wins this week? Let us know. I got a good coffee this morning. Usually sometimes I don't get a good coffee and I'm like, why did I go get coffee? No one? No one wants to share? Do you guys have questions for Shamina today? Hopefully it's your last day with her in such a small, intimate container. I try to say 3 words at once there. If you guys got that. Jane, go ahead. Yeah, Jane.
Yes, I got a new affiliate in my business yesterday.
Yeah.
So I was really excited about that. So yeah, it's
Oh my God,
coming.
huge win.
More is coming.
Yes, more is coming. Yay, Jane. Everyone celebrate Jane. Anyone else have any wins? We're here to celebrate. We love to celebrate in this group.
Shannon, I recorded a podcast this morning, my own.
Wow.
And it's crazy. I've been putting it off because of the video part of it. And today I just thought, screw it. I'm doing the audio, messy. I did it immediately after I got out of the shower, like towel and head wrapped in a towel still, because I was like, I am not hesitating. I'm going to do
Wow.
it. So while I was waiting, I was like editing it and getting it up on my website. So yeah.
Oh my gosh, Stephanie. Okay, can we all just like give a round of applause for Stephanie for taking action? Is this your first episode, Stephanie?
First, I've guests on others. This is the first of
Okay.
my own. Yeah. Very
Oh
first of my own.
my gosh. Let's go. I can't wait to hear it. What's your podcast called?
It's called Hospitality Hero.
Hospitality Hero. Okay. Everyone go listen. Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts go.
It'll be on Spotify by the end of today.
Wow. Okay. Literally, Shamina would be so proud, Stephanie. You just took action on what she said to do. She's an action taker. She's gonna have her highest cash months this year, you guys. So kudos to Stephanie.
Absolutely.
Yay, Stephanie. Thank you for
Fantastic. Thank
sharing.
you.
Good win. Okay, who else? I love this. I love celebrating you guys. Anyone? Any wins? It could be small. You woke up this morning, that's a win. You made it to this call, that's a win. Wins at the gym, that's a win. No one else? Okay, so let's see. Let me see if Shamina said anything. And if not, we'll do a little exercise. Okay. She'll be here in just a few minutes. Okay, so let's do gratitude. So I love this exercise. We do this in our groups sometimes when people are feeling quiet. So the exercise is you have to share something you're grateful for today, but you can't repeat what the person before you has said. So the easiest one is if you go first. So who would like to go first? Just unmute. Go ahead, Katie.
I am grateful for my 2 children and my husband.
That. How old are your children?
My son is 5 and my daughter is 2.
Oh, you got little ones.
Yes.
Wait, boy and girl, you said?
Yeah, my son's 5 and then my daughter's 2.
Oh my gosh, I
So,
love that.
yep, they have been running wild while I've been doing this workshop, but
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. It's mom things, you know?
Yep,
Just mom
I'm
things.
here, so.
Love that. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, go ahead. Whoever's next, just unmute. Rapid fire. Annalisa, did you want to go? I saw your hand before. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm grateful for basically restarting my business because it's even though it's uncomfortable because I'm doing something that I never done before, and I'm putting myself on camera and doing all kinds of different things which I'm still uncomfortable with. I'm grateful because I am seeing things in myself that I didn't know, and I'm actually enjoying a lot, and I really think I found my path.
Wow, that's beautiful. I'm grateful that you're finding your path too, and you're realizing those things by yourself. That's awesome. Thanks, Annalisa. Okay. Jane, go ahead.
I am grateful that I remembered to take something out of the freezer for dinner tonight. I forget that so often. So yeah, I'm glad I'm so grateful I remembered that. So everyone will eat tonight.
Oh my gosh, I love that. A win is a win because that's the
That's
worst. When
right.
it's like 4 o'clock and you're like, oh, I have nothing to eat tonight. Looks like we're gonna order in. I
Either
love
that or
that.
you have to run to the store at that time, which is awful.
Yeah, it's like the worst time. I know. I tried to avoid the store at all the busy hours. So like I either like to go really late at night or like Monday afternoon at like
Right.
o'clock is like the best time. So I get it. Thanks, Jane. Okay, who's next? Who is next? No one? You're not grateful? You guys aren't grateful? You know, gratitude brings more abundance into your life. Go ahead, Amy.
I would say I am grateful for my journey from beginning to this point, regardless of what it is that brought me here, for the lessons, the achievements, the wins, the losses, and everything that has brought me to the point where I'm ready to be in this position, in this group with Shamina, learning for how to bring that to the world for better.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're grateful for the journaling. You're here. You've arrived. You're ready to do the thing, and we're excited. So hopefully you reserved your seats and have been texting Shamina because we would love to see your face in our group. But I do
Not
see
yet.
Shamina. So the rest of you are off the hook. But next time you're in this container, you're all going. Hi, Shamina.
Hi, what are we talking about? Going to the in-person event?
No, we were going around saying what we're grateful for.
Oh, I love it. Well, good
Yeah.
morning, everybody. I wanted to just say thank you for attending the 3 days. And we have more people that are coming in and they're just joining the program. You know, we did something different this time. Like, you know, I combined all of my programs together and I'm like, let me teach this. And, you know, today what you're going to learn is the reason why most people actually are not hitting their highest income months and what they need to do about it. And, you know, strategy is amazing. Like people can learn it in a book, they could learn it in programs. But the thing that will determine whether or not someone's successful or not is what I'm going to teach today. And the majority of the people who aren't successful is because of what I'm going to teach today. Now, I feel like the people who have taken the leap, and I'm getting back to you. Sorry, I had an issue with my phone yesterday, and all my messages populated this morning. So for all of you that have joined, I will get back to you. So my apologies that I have not got back to you yet. Like this morning, I think my phone had to reset and then all of a sudden all your messages popped up. So I'm so excited about those of you that are taking the leap. I'll tell you why, because you're just not willing to sit where you are and you found something that's going to work for you. And I think that as long as you guys are, I go through and you guys are a good fit for the program, I'll accept you. But it's like, I went to like one free thing and then I made money and then I was like, you know what, I'm investing in myself, and that's all I've ever been doing. I constantly invest in myself, and I do it because it's like I want to find the people who know how to get me there faster, and that's literally all it is. I'm a person that loves speed and I don't want to wait for my results. I also know that I'm betting on myself all the time, and I know I'm amazing and I can do whatever I want to do. And if you don't know that yet, today's going to really help you, because you don't, if you're at a certain age and you don't have at least $15,000 or $20,000 in your bank account, or at least 5,000. I mean, I remember one of my mentors said to me, he's like, if you're 40 years old and you don't have $45,000 in your bank account, you are going to be broke forever. That is sad. Or if you don't have free room on your credit card, or you don't have a place to do something with money, I mean, like, you're living in survival mode. And so it's like, how can you function? Then I had clients who were making $100,000 a month, and then they had nothing left afterwards. So they might as well have only been making $1,000 a month, if you know what I'm saying, because they did not know how to operate with money. And so many of the times people are looking to solve this issue with their money, and they don't realize that the issue is not making more money. The issue is them. And so that's what we'll go over today. I mean, if you have not reached success and you've been in business for a little bit, you got to figure out who's the problem. It's you. You're the problem. And it's never going to be more information. It's never going to be more strategy. Well, that's not true. It's never going to be more information. Strategy sometimes can help, because maybe you're not doing something that you think you could be doing. Like, I will say this, like running ads, it's been the easiest cash coin. We literally turned on an ATM right now. And so I don't even have to, I mean, I already get passive income from all the other places that we have money going out in our funnels. But then as soon as we turned on the ads, because I have the greatest guy, mind you, I've used 5 ad guys before, and it's always just broken even. But with the new guy, he's my friend, and he wants me, he hired me, because he's like, I want you to get my mind and my heart right. So he hired me and I hired him. So, he's like, you just have a gift. And so he believes in the work that I'm doing. And so the right synergies there. So it's crushing it right now. Now, understand that money's not going to just drop from the sky. You can manifest it. Absolutely. But if you knew how to do that, you'd be doing that every single day and bringing it in. Yesterday, Miranda said, or was it yesterday before, I said, I will put a number in my head of how many people I want in a program, and they'll show up. And Miranda said, I do that too. But then she said she had no clients in her group. So it's not working for you. So you say you think you can do it, but it's not actually working, because if it was, and this is where you're going to get the Shamina that you guys need to hear, because I taught you for 3 days, and I love the people that took the leap, because you're amazing and you're willing to do something. But the other ones that are just sitting there thinking that like success is just going to come, February is here of this new year. Are you willing to wait till it's January, of next year, and then be like, I should have done something about it? I was not willing. And when people come to me like, how did you make so much money and so much influence and do all these things in such a short period of time? I'm showing you the framework to do it, because I don't wake up at 5 o'clock. I wake up when I'm done sleeping. I woke up this morning and I was like, all right, I'm fresh. Let's go. And it's like, I really love designing. Remember the first day? Design the life that you love, and then do a business around it. And that's literally what I did. Hold on, what's going on here? Hey, that's great, Stephanie. Amazing. I'm so happy. That's so awesome that you did that. Like, I want you guys, but here's the thing. You recorded it, but do you have a strategy of how to go launch it? And then, this is where people think, well, I'm just going to go, which I think is great that you did it, because that's success. But do you want to do it and be successful? Like, I see people putting out YouTube videos and they're getting like 20 views on them. So you have to have a strategy. You've got to put it out there, because there's no point in doing the thing if it's not going to get you the result. Yeah, you're going to pat yourself on the back. You did it. But to me, I want to do something and it has the potential to be really successful. So when I do stuff, I play to win. I'm like out here going, all right, by the way, when you launch your podcast, you can pay a dude, what is his name, Carson? Anyway, there's this dude, you could pay him to rank. And you see the first, there's maybe a couple up there that are not paying, but the first 20 people that are up there, they're paying probably 5 to 10 grand a month just to get placed up there. Where I have a strategy that's put me right beside the top 30 in the way that we do things. And we usually are usually on the list every month. There's ways of doing things without having to exert money. People will pay and buy their way to the top with, you know, but if you put out a podcast episode and nobody listens to it, then what's the point of doing it? You can pat yourself on the back. I did it. I see women in book collaborations. All right. So who's inviting you onto their podcast because you wrote a chapter in a book? They're not. But you get to write down your best-selling author. But who cares? It's not bringing you in any leads. I'm just trying to be honest with you guys, because whether you come work with us or you go do whatever you're doing, you have a gift in you. And if you die with it inside of you without sharing it with the world, then all that pain and suffering that you've gone through in your life, it's not going to something great. You're literally just went through it for nothing. Not me. I look at all that happened in my life and I'm like, you know what? I'm so grateful. I don't think I could have ever said that like years ago. I'm so grateful for every single thing that is, because I have no emotional reaction to it. And I'm going to teach you guys that about today, but I'm healed from it. So I have no emotional reaction. I'm so glad for every single thing because it's literally brought me to the success that because I took my mess and I made it my message and I made it into millions. It's like I did the thing I said I was going to do. I didn't sit there and go, well, you know, I have had a lot of things go wrong. Most people who are successful, it comes from pain. And they did something about it. But if you are not doing anything about your pain or what you've gone through or your story or anything that you've endured, you're literally carrying that with a suitcase with you just till you hit the grave. Okay, so Shamina woke up and chose violence today, right? But I say that with love. I'm not trying to trigger you. I do that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to be honest because I wish someone had kicked me in my ass earlier because 2013, 14, I was on the scene on the online space, but I just didn't know what to do. I didn't have any money too, by the way, back then. And I was like, but I would be using credit cards. I'm telling you, I was buying programs. I bought a program once and the gal let me pay over 12 months and I paid every month for it. I did so many things. I was scrappy, man. I did whatever it took. I would sell kids' clothes to buy for programs. I was not willing to let the fact that I had no money not stop me from doing the thing that I had to do. And that's where all that money mindset stuff started coming in. And I started learning and I started becoming the wealthy woman before the money came in. And those things that taught me when I didn't have any money, what I learned when I was in that state has literally been carrying me into millions right now, because having money doesn't change anything. Having money doesn't make you richer. It doesn't make you smarter. It doesn't change anything. It just amplifies where you are. When people think they have the cash, now they're going to be successful. This is why so many people are like, you know, committing suicides, or you see people going to Jesus right now, and no offense for that, but you see like leaders out there, all of a sudden they're bringing God into everything that they're doing because they need internal work, but they're leaning on something that's the next best thing for them. But Jesus is there, you know, you can come in, but you got to do your work. Jesus is not going to come in and magically heal you. I mean, maybe. But all those other, what's his name? Who's got that big church? He got a jet. He's flying around the world. They're doing all their own things. What's his name? Gosh. Yeah, him. He's out there doing his thing, getting his cash, and you're paying him. So and he's playing on people too, because they know that people want, people are looking for faith. They're looking for something to drive them. I'm teaching you right now how to get that power internally. So you don't have to go external. You could, like, that extra that you have coming in, it'll be just something extra coming in. We weren't live streaming it, are we? We're just preparing it. It just said that it was. Okay. So you have a choice today. And the choice is, I'm not talking about joining a program or not, but it's just like, as a choice is, are you willing to stay exactly where you are and not see the results that you want? Are you willing to do something about it? So I applaud you that you did your first podcast, but do you have a podcast launch? Do you have a sequence of what you want to do? When I launched my podcast, I had a whole series. That's why I had reviews. That's why it was ranking. That's why I am asked to be on big podcasts. Do you know how to pitch to get on a podcast? Do you know how to utilize it? All of these things are so important. When you're growing your YouTube, there's so many different ways of doing things. Like, even if you come join me or not, you have to figure out the way. And I'm not an expert at YouTube. I've already told you that, but I know how to grow it. I know how to, we've made $500,000 from our YouTube channel. Probably more. So it's like, you have these free platforms out there. And I had to buy a program to learn how to use YouTube. Because what was I going to do? Just be like everybody else and make a video up there and just get like 12 views, and they're all 12 of them are my daughter's friends looking at it? Because that's what most people are getting out there. You know what I mean? Anyway, what I'm saying, oh, you're Katie. I was like, Marina, that looks like, wait, what? I'm so confused here right there. All right. So anyway, what I want to talk about today is I want to answer some questions that came up that you guys had. And I will answer the text that I got. Just give me a minute. I will get to you guys. But I really want you guys to understand that today is going to blow your mind as far as the money. This is like the whole day, like this day today could be its own masterclass. When I had nothing, I was not willing to accept it. And, Tony Robbins had an event in 2016, and I literally had 3 credit cards that I used to pay to go there to attend this event. And I met the most amazing people in the room. Some of them actually are in my audience still, and they bought programs for me and were clients because I was willing to go do the thing, and they're still not willing to do the thing. They're just buying from me. And one of them, she did quit her job. And the other one, she's just thinking about quitting her job. 2016 is almost 9 years ago. Fear, and we'll talk about what fear is today. Fear and staying stuck sometimes is a trauma response. And sometimes it is your nervous system not. But then there's also a point where you have to rip the Band-Aid off and do the thing and go big. Like when my mentor said to me, he goes, you only have a $10,000 program. And I was like, fuck you. Excuse my language. A week later, who had a $20,000 program? I let that mentor trigger me, but it was the best thing ever because then I went and did the thing. Mentors are there to bring you up out of your comfort zone, to put you in a place that you're supposed to be in, your next level extraordinary self. Because if you were so self-motivated, you would already be doing the thing you were doing. You'd already have the information, you'd be doing it. I need accountability all over. I find people who I resonate with because I'm like, that's the energy I want to be in. I've hired so many mentors because I'm like, and one time I had like 6 of them, which was kind of crazy because I was paying out $25,000 a month to different mentors monthly because I was doing the annual. Some of them I paid in full, but some of them were like 60 and, $80,000 a year. So I was just like, let me pay them on reoccurring. And I couldn't get to all the calls and do everything, but I was so hungry to learn that I was willing to do whatever it took. Because once that money came in, I was like, let's go. Because I knew I had it in me because of the emotional mastery work that I did, because of the masculine and feminine work that I did, because of the working on my my scarcity mindset and my abundance, the things that I teach about are the things that I spent years working on. Years. I did it so that you can just take it in a class and be done with it quicker. You know what I mean? And that's really what it is. And so just ask yourself, you know, what this fear, is it really, is it offsetting all that pain you've ever gone through? All the lessons that you've learned. My worst fear is getting to an age in my life and looking back and go, shit, I didn't do anything that I wanted to do. Because you don't got time anymore. It's like I don't want to live with any regrets of like, wow, I should have done that. I look at like Louise Hayes, and she was 60 when she started Hay House. She died when she was 90. That woman was 60 years old when she started that huge publishing company. And for 30 years, it was the most, thank goodness for her, because then spiritual books got a chance to get a place to go be published. So I do believe if you've got air in your lungs, you still got time. But people think that time is promised, that tomorrow, I act like it's not. I wake up every day like, I don't know if tomorrow's promised. I plan for the future, but I act in today. Always. So when I get an opportunity, you ask my team, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Yep. Yes. It's like we were at, I can't remember what it was like, but as long as I feel aligned, because emotionally aligned, you got to do it. But I can't remember what it was, and I was double booked. It was last year. I think it was before I was going to Europe. Oh, the Charlize Theron event, the charity event. I literally flew to LA twice in a week. Twice. I had to come home for something, and then I had to go back to LA. And then I flew to Paris. That week was just jam-packed, but I was saying yes to everything, because those opportunities were like, you know, a place where it's like, I have to change it. Well, your relationship with money is toxic. Well, you're in the right place. Well, today you're going to hear about it. And I applaud you for that honest opinion, because it's really not money. It's with other things. Are you married, Amy? How long have you been married?
I've been married for 26 years.
And you're happily married?
I am happily married.
How's your relationship with your dad?
Awful. I don't have a relationship with anybody in my family.
Yeah, I know. That's why you have money problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's okay.
Mhm.
People come reason, season, lifetime. And
sure.
they were sometimes it's good to remove the toxic people from your life, and sometimes they have to be family. And sometimes your friends are there. But when we have like an unstable relationship with our family members, it usually shows up in an unstable relationship with money. And I had the most unstable relationship with my father and my mother, to be quite honest with you. My mom came around later on in life to try and fix the issue with money. Actually, she paid for everything, paid for school. She did what she could, but she was not emotionally supportive, and I didn't have that type of support in my life. But when you have that situation, it's hard to attach to anything else. You have attachment issues, and then you have attachment issues. And this is where I see that like your first step would be working on that. Like, you should be in the Millionaire Club right now. Like, that's where you need to go. And so to start, that's immediate to get into that group, because and that's $10,000. We'll talk about it. We'll help you. We'll get your mind right to make that investment today, because it's did we put infinite wealth in there? I don't think so. I think it's a wealthy CEO. Anyway, one of the biggest things to shifting your relationship with money, this is how I found this out, is that this is where I looked at like, what does money really mean to me? And I would ask yourself that, like, what does money really mean to me, in the sense of when I look at it, when I have it, when it comes in, like check in on your emotions. What does it feel like? And are you the breadwinner in your family?
I do make more than my husband, but with that said, he still is the masculine energy.
He's the masculine energy. You have kids?
I do.
How old are they? Who are they?
My daughter is 25 and my son is 23.
So you had kids when you're 13?
I am almost 48. I'm almost
Oh.
49.
Oh, you had them young because you guys got married young because you've been married 26 years. Oh
Yes.
yeah, you got those babies out quick.
Mhm.
And I was like, wait, I'm older than her. My kids are not that old. I was like, I don't know math at all. So that was way too much math. I like quit that after she said 26 and then she said 40. It was like too much, but they were even numbers. So I'm like, maybe I could do this one anyway. So when you married your husband, you probably went to somebody who was safe.
It was two people who came from similar situations that kind of found safety in one another. And then over the 26 years, we've done a lot of work to get to
Yeah.
where we are.
I bet you have.
I-
You can't stay there.
yeah. We
So-
broke up at one time and then healed and started dating again and all that good stuff.
Beautiful. Yeah, but he was safe. That was initially because how old were you when you met him? Because I don't want to do the math.
I was 20 when I met him and he was 26, or 24, 26, something like that.
And you got married at what age? 22?
I got married a month before my 23rd birthday. Yeah.
Okay. So you were just a kid
Mm-hmm.
and then you attached to the first safest person that came around. Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
like he was the safest person. And then good thing you
Mhm.
guys have grown together because it would have gone one of two ways, depending on because if you were repeating a toxic cycle, you haven't, I believe that, and I'm not a psychologist at all, not a therapist, but it's crazy how many therapists come take my program and they're like, this is better than any therapy school we've been to. Is that when you are in your 20s, you're still trying to figure out your identity. I mean, your brain doesn't stop growing until you're 25. Let's just be
Right.
real. And I saw a woman on Facebook. She was posting about her kids, and she has 5 beautiful boys, and she just overcame breast cancer. She's a lovely lady, and one of her sons are having a baby. And I was like, wait, that little girl's having a baby, and she was 25. I was like, the daughter-in-law. I was like 25. I couldn't imagine having a baby at 25. I couldn't imagine the mindset that I had to be in because I believe like up until like 30, you're still floundering out there. And then 30 to 40 is when you're trying to figure out who you are. And then 40 to 50, you figure out, oh, wait, I didn't know anything about who I was. Let me really go dig a little deeper and really do. That's where the midlife crisis comes from, because it's like we're so raised to hustle and make so much money and get married, have money, like get the house. Sorry, get married, get the house, have the kids. We're supposed to, because it's our time to make babies is very small for many of us, right? We have maybe 20 years like that we've got in our whole lifespan that, which is 20%. Let's say if we live to 100 of when we can be in our childbearing years, we got to hurry up and do it quick. And so, but those are also the same amount of years where we're trying to self-identify and create relationships and grow and become the humans that we're supposed to be. So a lot of the times what I've seen in working with women and just in general is that because we were so busy getting all the things done, checking the list off of what we were supposed to do, we didn't get a chance to figure out who we were. This is where my yoga mat moment came. I was literally on this mat and I was like, I don't know who Shamina is. I looked back and I was like, I did everything. I have the house, the kids, husband, abs. We both had abs then, we both had our own businesses. I was like, we traveled, we had money, and yet I wasn't happy. It was like this thing that was still missing inside of me. And I didn't understand what it was because I don't think that we were taught or raised that finding out who we are and our self-identity. This is why this new generation that's coming up is a little messed up too, but they're trying really hard to figure out who they are. And they're trying really hard to identify and be and realize, and so that's why they don't like to work. because there's no balance between the two. They're trying to, who am I right now, as opposed to, you know, what can I do? And the Gen X is like, we're gonna get shit done. At the same time, we're also having like midlife crises, or, you know, trying to figure out who we are. Does that make sense to you guys about what I'm saying? And it's like, so we're trying to like just rewind what's going on. So yeah, Miranda said, I thought I knew who I was, but boy, did I. No, we don't. And this is the thing, when you see teenagers, they have everything figured out, by the way. When people told me that they did before, I didn't really understand that concept until I had them. And so it's like, my daughter, she knows everything. You just ask her. And then every time she gets mouthy with me, I'm like, chill. She always comes to you for advice, but she thinks she knows everything right now. And it's okay. I want her to have that confidence to voice her opinion. So I don't want to stifle that in her. But she doesn't know everything yet. She knows a lot more than most teenagers because she has me as a mom. But they're out there trying to self-identify, and they really want, where we didn't have that. We had like, you're wearing your corduroys, you're going to school, you're gonna just do what I tell you to do, and you're gonna do this, and this, and you don't. This is an adult conversation. That's what I was told growing up. Like, you're not supposed to be involved in this. It's an adult conversation. And so we didn't have a voice. That's how it was. So when you think about your relationship with money, when you think about your relationship with how you were raised, maybe I'm going to change things a little bit today, and I'll go down and I'll break down a little bit more of it. But because I literally have the best relationship with money. Like, I freaking love it. I could spend $5,000 a day and I know I'd be back tomorrow. It's just one of those things that have neutralized in my life, that it has zero power over me anymore. And I do believe the concept, good morning, Aunt. I do believe the concept of how we look at money is so wrong, because it's not even our views. Most of it's like your parents' limitations that have been passed down to you, to be honest with you. I already knew Amy had a poor relationship with her family, and especially her father. I mean, I could literally sit each and every one of you down here, and I can, like, you give me 15 minutes and I can tell you usually where the root that came from. You know, but solving it would take a lot more time, but I can tell you where it came from. You know, just reading you, even, I don't even have to talk to you. I can look at each one of you and read you. And so it's like, the more, remember this though, the more empowered you are, the more wealth you will have. The more self-worth you have, the more wealth you will have. The more that you are in a place of trusting and believing your own self, the more money you're going to have. A lot of the times when people are not having a good relationship with money, it's because they themselves don't have a good relationship with themselves, which is a shitty thing to think about, but it's really true. You know, I see women in marriages and I see them like outgrowing their husbands, like, especially in self-development like this. I had a client 5 years ago, Lindsay, and she came to me. She was, if you looked up perfect family in like, what, encyclopedia, the web or whatever, it was her and her husband. He was a lawyer. He came from a family of judges. They lived on an estate. I mean, she was the wife with pearls. You know what I'm talking about? But behind the scenes, her husband would be drinking. He was golfing. It was a lot of things going on. And I'm not telling you anything that she wouldn't share with you, or she'd already share with her story. The thought of her even living that marriage was just, at the beginning, but I knew she had to. I just had to get her to a place to see what the decision she had to make. I wasn't there to coach her into leaving her husband. I was there either way. I just wanted her to make an empowered decision, because she was living a life every single day feeling like she was stifled, and that this man, she knew that he was not for her. The thing is, she's my story. She was not right with her own self. So she was allowing herself to stay in places that she knew what suffering was. She knew I've got young kids. I'm going to keep going. There's no quit in my game. What am I going to do? Leave him? I was like, when you're ready to make that decision, you will. And she was so closed off emotionally that she couldn't connect to herself. She didn't know how to feel and understand what was going on because she was frozen in time, basically. Because in order to be in a bad situation, you have to be in survival mode. In order to stay somewhere that's toxic and unhealthy with you, you have to be in survival mode. So take that with money. You're in survival mode with money because you have a toxic relationship with it. So that's the only, so people repeat the pattern over and over again. They stay in it. So if there's something toxic going on in your life that you have not resolved, it's going to show up in your money and in your business. So anyway, I'm proud to say after a year of mentorship, this is when I used to do one-on-one, she filed for divorce. That was all her decision because I'll never, ever make decisions for people. But she was like, got to a place where she was empowered. She said it was the best decision. I mean, she had to leave her house, the whole persona of what she was. She was an accountant too. She had a great profession, but she had to leave the house. And she said it was the most freeing thing she'd ever done. And now she's with the man of her dreams and she's teaching people about finding love. So she's a coach for relationship coach now or something like that. Like, and you know, she, every time she went to start her business, she would stop because she's like, I don't know if I want to do this. I was like, okay, what do you want to do next? And she's like, I'll do this. And I'm like, okay. And then I give her the tools. She couldn't implement or execute. She's like, I don't know if I want to do this. And then she was always good about putting the messages out and doing the things, but it was never connecting to the audience or the people that she wanted to work with because she was out of alignment with herself. She was not in a place where she was actually admitting the vibrational frequency of, yeah, I want to work with you. Instead, she had so much anger that was unresolved. And anger, let me tell you, is one of the biggest money leaks you could possibly find. You know, unresolved anger, emotional pain, all of that, you might as well just, you know, like burn the money instead, because it's like it's going to come and it's going to go out. And when we don't have, you know, and anger is a thing that ages people. It's totally crippling. You know, you always look at, like, you'll see someone's nonna or like a really old auntie or grandmother, and they have like literally like not 11s, they have like literally like the whole freaking, you know, bunch of numbers on their forehead because they're just angry, you know, and they aged way beyond they were supposed to age because they didn't do anything with the anger because no one taught them what to do. They knew how to provide for their family and take care of them, but no one taught them that it was okay to feel something. They couldn't feel something. And women who lost their husbands when they went off to war and they had to raise their children by themselves, this is not a new concept, right? This is women having to go in and having to take care of their children. So imagine that concept of how we already came into a survival mode. And I'm just explaining this to you, like, just keep with what I'm just saying. But women were already in the survival state, and then men don't have the same nurturing that we do. But they have providership. They want to provide and they want to take care of. And so they have a very different mindset when it comes to it. But what if you're a woman and you're supposed to nurture, but then you got put into providership role. Then you got put into like, I've got to take care of everybody else. Everything falls on my shoulders. So it's hard to be able to balance the two. This is why I came up with my program, Evolved Alpha Female, which is in Millionaire Club. So y'all need to be going there if you're not going into Wealthy CEO. And you understand why I'm in this state, because this is what's blocking the money. You know, this is putting you into, and when you are required to do a role that you are not meant to do, single mom, resentment will come up. I had a lot of resentment towards my ex-husband because he was Disney dad. The kids could go over there and just hang out. Every time they came back, they were hopped up on sugar. They had so much fun. I was like, the dad bought a pig once for them. Okay. I could not compare with a motherfucking pig. Excuse my language, but he bought a pig. But guess what? That pig didn't stay a piglet. She turned into a big ass hog that they had to put in the bathroom, and she ripped up the bathroom. I just went in every time, picked with the kids. I was like, oh, and the pig literally took him down. I was just like, you got the kids a pig. Yeah. Anyway, I used to have all of these Jerry Springer moments with my ex-husband till I got to a point where I was just like, this is not healthy for me. I can't do this anymore. I can't. They're so cute when they're like, oh my gosh, the kids with the little piglet and me. So my kids don't eat pork at all, but they especially don't eat pork because of Mimi, because she was their pet pig. So like, they're like, we are not eating Mimi. Like everything was Mimi after that. So I was happy because I don't eat pork and I don't eat beef. And I was just like, I'm so happy my kids don't eat pork because they're not eating Mimi. Anyway, it actually worked out in my favor, the pig thing. So I turned it around for me. But what I was going to say is I had so much resentment towards him because of the things that were happening, because I felt like I was always taking care of the children myself. And I was always the responsible one. I was always doing everything. And he had his own resentment towards me. And I wasn't like, free of it. I left the marriage. He was mad at me. He's still mad at me today, even though he's remarried. He still has some underlying things because in his mind, he thought we were going to be together forever. And I ended the marriage. So I had a lot of guilt with that too. And you have guilt, resentment, and other things, you're going to create money leaks, and they're going to have a problem on how you feel in alignment with something like money. So if I have to take care of my family all the time and I'm required to do that, then what happens is I get out of my feminine, I'm in my masculine. And until I had to learn how to be a single mom in my feminine, which was a game changer for me. And it was a game changer how to be a mom, because moms are naturally people who caregive, they take care of, they are responsible for another human being. But if you are, which is the do energy, but if you learn how to flip it and be in that energy where you can be a mother, a leader, a wife in your feminine, then you are able to go do the things still effectively. Now, I talked too much, so here we are. Any questions about anything? Your mom at 15. Wow. You'll get the recordings at the end of it. Yeah. For the VIP. You will. Yeah, definitely. Sure, Annalise. I had no clue what is wounded masculine energy until I was introduced to you. Yeah. And you know what? When you understand the wounded feminine, but also the mother wound, it'll be a game changer for women leaders, because that's usually what stops women from being highly successful. And I just shared a whole training of it inside my Millionaire Club. Who's Lynn, you were on that training, right? Did you listen to it? What did you think about it? Just, I know you're walking on your.
Hi. Yeah, that was really one of the most impactful hour and 20-minute Zoom calls I've had. It was excellent. Just the information and the energy as well. And your approach, which is not mom is the bad guy. Mom actually did a really good job, but had a lot of issues going on. At least that really rang true for me. It was awesome.
Good. I'm happy. Yeah. I mean, we're grown women. We can't blame our moms anymore, or anybody really, for anything. And so, the training that I did, which I can't do right now, but it's like understanding that when you can identify the mother wound, the father wound, the masculine and the feminine energy, you're going to approach life so differently and how you do things. And, you won't have a cap on what you can succeed or do in life. And, if your mother had trauma, I guarantee you have a mother wound, like 1000%. And if you didn't do anything with it, then guess what happened? It's probably just got passed down to you. And if you didn't have a father that was really, supportive of who you're being, that also is going to be an issue with your money. All of this affects your cash. So people will take programs over and over again, and they'll be like, why am I not making the money? Well, I'm going to tell you today exactly why you're not making the money. So, just to reiterate again, we do have a program called the Millionaire Club. It is $10,000. That one it's usually 6 months to join. You join today, you will get an additional 3 months. It is going to be 9 months with us. And, but if you join the Wealthy CEO, you get the Millionaire program included. And the Wealthy CEO is $25,000. Yes, ma'am. Amy, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. I do have a question. I'm interested in both. And my question to you is, I already was considering the Millionaire Club, so I'm quite certain I'll see you there. I will see you there. How's that? My other question is, If haven't transitioned, like I literally have not started this next step for me, which would be transitioning from realtor to the other thing that we've kind of discussed. Do you suggest that I still join this program, even though I literally just started my Instagram page today? I do not have I'm here because I don't know where to start. Yes, I saw your list, and girl, I was Googling all of that the night before last. So when you presented it, I was like, ah. But is it a good
Let me
idea?
ask this, yeah, let me ask you this question. What do you want, if you died tomorrow, what did you want to tell somebody before you died? What would be the one thing you want to leave in the room for them?
Oh my
Like
gosh.
you all can answer this question.
So if I died tomorrow, what would be the last thing I would want to leave in the room?
Yeah, what do you want to say to people?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Not trying to get you guys to write your eulogy right now. Just one thing that if you died tomorrow, what would be the one thing?
I helped so many people find healing through a horrible situation, and it's brought me peace and joy knowing that I've brought something to others that came from love.
You know what, Amy, what I love about your story is that in spite of all the shit you went through, you still managed to prepare your marriage. And that to me is really super powerful, because a marriage is usually the number one thing that gets, that is, what's shrapnel? I'm trying to think of the word that's like,
Yeah, you spin daggers and it takes the shrapnel.
yeah, it basically, no, it's like, it's something that it doesn't survive.
Mhm.
Doesn't survive. And the fact that you were able to maintain your marriage, collateral damage. Thank you. Exactly what I was trying to think. Marina's in my head. Yeah. So, but it's usually collateral damage. The fact that you were able to maintain, because once women waken, when they look at that man, they're like, I don't want to touch him no more. They're like,
No.
he's gross. The way he's eating carrots, his toes
Yeah.
stink. Like, everything
Mhm.
about him is disgusting.
The
And
way
so,
he slept.
yeah, but you did that and was
Yes.
able to fall in love with him again.
Yes.
Huge. So something that you figured out that a lot of women haven't, and that might be the thing that you teach, but it could be part of your story. And that's how you show them how you found joy again. But let me tell you, if you're ready to start, we'll show you what to do. You just got to take the steps to join us.
Okay.
I mean, you can wait on it and figure it out, but I mean, we'll show you what to do as long as you're willing. If you have something big on your heart to share with the world, why would you start next month?
So I asked for guidance. I was like, okay, universe, open the doors, let me see. And so I started searching for like-minded people who could heal this part of my wounds. And so I started listening to podcasts, which was the wellness podcast. I found you. I got your book. I read your book. Started following you on social media. And so I know that my journey to get to you has been divinely guided, because I am ready to stop sleeping on myself.
It's so, I love it. Okay. Send her the link and let's go. Okay. I help people. I love that. Amy, you're a boss.
No, thank you.
By the way, some shit's going to come up, but that's where I'm going to be there. Like Lynn said, there was an hour and 20 minutes. You get to have 2 calls. You get to go to the Wealthy CEO and all of the workshops, and you get the millionaire calls and all of the programs that go with it. I don't usually combine the two, but what I saw is I could teach you strategy, but if I can't teach you to be the person who you need to be, then it doesn't really matter about strategy, because it's just teaching you what everybody else is. I'm going to show you how to like literally take action in the mindset and the wealth, and the money stuff's going to come up. But but I'm going to get you from the jump. So you're not going to make all the mistakes that other people have been making. So that's the good thing. So you are going to do some deeper inner work first. Like, I'm just going to let you know, because that's important. And then when you're doing the workshops, things might change. Like, 'cause you might be like, I actually want to talk about having an amazing marriage. That might be, but you have to talk to your husband about being on board on that. But if he did his self-development work, it sounds like he's also tapped into his emotions, and you've got a good one there.
Thank you.
Most toxic guys will not work on their emotions. And that's why it doesn't matter how much work a woman does. It's like literally rubber jumping off a wall. If he's toxic, he's going to be toxic. And then it's usually what happens is with that toxic cycle, for most of us, for all of you, is that it's an addictive cycle. You trauma bond with the person. And when you're trauma bonded with that person, you can't leave because you have the cycle within inside of yourself. So you just attract people in. Yeah, totally. They love that. They do. Exactly. And so toxic men will go and they'll be like, they'll look for women. Like they're all about how they look, by the way, because they usually show up with very narcissistic type of behaviors. And it's about a flashiness. Look what I have, look what I'm doing. And they actually didn't even make all that money. It's usually the woman that they're with, or their brother or their mother or somebody, but they act like they got more than that they do. And because in their mind, they feel like they're successful and they're going to do whatever it is. So when a woman's trying to do that work and she's married to someone like that, it doesn't work. But you found somebody that's going to grow with you, and that is not an easy thing to do. So you literally, in my opinion, hit the lottery with that one. So yeah, I mean, partnership, being in relationships, at the end of the day, when we die, that's what we want more of. We want richness in relationships. And that's also your relationship with money. All right, I'm going over, but and anybody else who's got questions about coming in with us to the program, and I would even let a man in if you wanted to come. So I think you bought one of our programs last night, team said, so hopefully you're going through it. And I'm excited for, you did, okay, good, that's what they said. So I'm excited for all of you. We're gonna get started today. I am gonna teach you guys a little bit more about what is it here? Let me see here. Just maybe I'll leave some of this stuff at the end. I'm gonna go right into the money since we're on that vibe right now. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Yeah, I'll go right into the money. I'm going to talk a little bit about business and then I'm going to go right into the money, but I'm so excited, Amy. And there was Sarah and there was 2 other people that I have to get back to. So I will message you guys back, and I'm so excited to have you guys in the Wealthy CEO. And listen, the Millionaire Club is a great place to start. It is, if you are not able to make, if your business is not where it needs to be yet, like you go into the Millionaire Club and start working, because you will be prime. You need to be a woman who makes, did you hear Olga say this last thing, Olga, yesterday, and I'll say it again, for the Millionaire Club or for the, yeah, there should be, message Sasha or Shannon, but the, and there is like, you will relate to it, and don't worry about it. Like, even though there's a lot of feminine stuff, you will relate. Don't worry. Okay. Just don't worry. You'll like understand the whole thing. And just bear with me on it. But because it is talk about being a woman and stuff, but you like it's transferable. You do now. Okay, then that's fine. Then you're all good. So anyway, so because it's power, it's just being out your power inside of you. That's what it is. So the what was I gonna say? I got like I was talking about, Shannon, help me real quick. What was I saying just now? The Millionaire Club. She was multitasking. Your job is to just really follow what I'm doing so I don't miss a beat here, because this is what I do. What was I going to say? Crap. It'll come back to me. I don't know what it is. All right. So get ready for today. You're probably going to take so many notes. Your hand's going to hurt. Go and take a 5-minute break. Is there a minute? Yeah, there should be a Millionaire Club link. Yeah, here it is. And the Millionaire Club link is if you need a millionaire rather than a CEO. Was I saying that? Is that what I said? CEO. I can't remember. It'll come to me. I'm a brain fart. Becoming the person. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Right. Becoming the person. So when you go to take action and you want to being the powerful version, Olga. So Olga said, she knew how to run. She knew what to do in her business, but she wasn't doing the things because she didn't become the leader and the woman who was expanded in her money mindset, the woman who was powerful enough, the woman who makes decisions, the woman who could feel supported and have that leadership to run the business the way that she wanted. going through my program gave her the tools to become the badass that she is right now. But we also worked on her money mindset. We found the leaks of where she wasn't showing up. And it was a relationship with her, like her mother-in-law and her sister and her ex-husband's wife. It was a bunch of things that were coming up that were affecting how she was showing up because she had a pattern. And so once we found the pattern, we broke it. And then Olga was off to the races. And then she literally her boss energy just turned on and she was like, that's it, I'm ready to go. So that's what happens is when you get yourself primed, you can go do that. But yeah, she is the embodiment of what I teach, and you want to be the embodiment of what you teach, because, you know, Miranda, it's awesome you say that you're a leader in your group, but when you are in the embodiment, like when people meet me in person, when you meet me in person, whoever's gonna meet me in person next month, I'm gonna be the same person I am right now. There's not a difference in me. This is who I am. So if you guys have met me in person, you know, this is who I am. And I am, because I'm authentic. I don't have to put a mask on. I used to, I don't have to anymore. All right, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Team, can you go talk to the people that are waiting for us? And by the way, I think I might do a Q&A tomorrow. And it'll be at 12 o'clock, just letting you guys know so you can start making arrangements now. It'll be a very casual thing. We're going to bring our drinks in. I mean, your tea or coffee or whatever, or alcohol if you want to. It's up to you. I don't know. It's 12 o'clock Friday somewhere. If y'all want to drink, it's none of my business. But I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
So my name's Adriana Bates. I'm a serial entrepreneur, a mom of 3 boys, and someone that's very active and always looking to fill my schedule and always staying busy. And I've been struggling with this, am I ever satisfied, or what is next for ever? For all that I've known, I've always been that overachiever that is looking for hitting an achievement, and once I hit it, I never celebrate it, and then I'm on to the next one, never feeling truly satisfied in what I do. And that was very stressful for not just myself as a serial entrepreneur, but also for my partner at home, my husband, and for my boys. I would set these crazy expectations for anyone around me, not just them, but also for my employees and for my staff. I struggled with the overachiever mentality so much that it would bleed into my family life and into my business life. And until I found Shamina and started doing some energy work and realizing that I was living so much in my masculine energy, I was able to get those tangible implementation items and start slowly but surely shifting my masculine into a more balanced feminine, and being able to delegate with ease and lean on strong team members and not have those control issues. Whether we want to admit it or not, those control issues are at work, they're at home, and our kids even feel it in the way that I was parenting. So implementing Shamina's program has drastically changed my work-life relationships, but also not intentionally drastically changed my flow of money. So whether we want to admit it or not, we have a relationship with money, and if we're insecure and have that scarcity mindset, it definitely affects the way that we receive and how we make decisions. So implementing Shamina's program has been a game changer in my work life, my financial life, and also my home life. Thank you so much, Shamina. Bye.
She totally changed my life around, and it just, I don't even want to think about, I will cry immediately. I don't even want to think about where my life would be without her. So working in Shamina's world, she had to work, or else she wasn't getting paid. Like, she had to work, and I had to do the work because she's an attorney. Like, she can do something. I don't know. I don't want to go to collections. Like, I wanted that change so much for my life. Like, oh, it was like air. I followed her principles. And so within the first month, my income doubled. Within the second month, it tripled. Within the third month, it quadrupled. And then I started like, okay, I'm getting the hang of this. And it started to be a $10,000 a week. And it started to be a $20,000 a month. And then it started to be a $20,000 client and a $25,000 a week. And I had a 60K, yes, a 60K month. And now it's 100K. 100K is my point of attraction. I still use what you taught us and apply that, and it works at these different levels. It works. It continues to work. And I mean, I've 30x my income into, like, that's a lot. And it's gonna be 50. It's a ton. And it's going to, I already know I can feel the 50, I can feel the 100K. And it's like, some girls were in there, some of the women that were in there, they were like, I doubled it. And I'm like, yeah, that's amazing. And quadrupled it, which they were hitting 60,000 months. And so 120,000 was amazing. But I'm like, whew, I'm not on the floor anymore, you guys. And I'm like,
You're
it's so
Oh my gosh.
amazing.
Yeah, I joined in the end of October. I literally, someone had posted, it was like a mutual friend of ours who had posted something about a Zoom that Shamina was doing. I don't even know what the topic exactly was. All I saw was like money or wealth. And I'm like, you know what? I just feel like I need to be on that.
I love it.
Jumped on that Zoom call, and I immediately was like, who is this? This is exactly where I need to be. I knew it from the beginning. Like, I felt it in my whole entire body that I needed to be part of this. And I didn't even know like what exactly was going on, but literally booked my call, got on the call with Shamina. I was like running out the door to my daughter's game. And I'm like, sign me. Yeah. I'm like, I have to go. And she's like, well, do you want? And I'm like, sign me up. I'm ready. And I just trusted it. Since then, like the last 3 months, I literally feel like we're on this like rocket ship, like exploding. We have huge amounts of contracts coming in. We just got back from Boston and signed a 2-year-long contract. It's a $200,000 a month contract in sales for 2 years. When you say like you are there to support and help and hold that space, I mean, where else do you get that? That's what I'm just like, incredible to hear somebody else like saying that. We don't have that anywhere else. Like, I don't have that other person saying, hey, this is what I see you doing. And that right there is like, means the world. It is so, I'm just, truly like love you. And thank you so much for, what you're doing. It's incredible.
With it. Shamina Taylor is helping to break.
Shamina Taylor is an attorney turned wealth expert. Shamina Taylor joining us live this morning. Turned wealth expert and mother, Shamina Taylor.
We welcome wealth expert, mentor, and attorney Shamina Taylor back to Virginia this morning.
This woman is just incredible in so many ways.
Hi, my name is Shamina Taylor, and I'm a former attorney, now a wealth expert. And my superpower is that I help women become unapologetically rich. And that's what I do. And you get to own it, you get to be it, and you know what? It's there for you. So that's my superpower.
Now, you help individuals level up in their personal lives and their businesses, teaching them how to be the best version of themselves. Talk to us a little bit about what you do for those who are new to finding out about Shamina Taylor.
I help you get out of your own way. So I help you change your beliefs, get you in action so that you can go live the life that you desire. Because I do believe we get to have it all as long as we are not in our own way. Because if we are the problem, we are the solution.
Sad, are you allowing yourself to be human? Because what we do as high achievers is like we put ourselves into overdrive, into machine, acceleration, drive, which we can do all of those things. You can still be productive and make money in that state, but you have to at least nurture yourself first.
And I want you to understand that whatever you're doing right now, it's not the be all end all. It's just be something right now. And I think the most amazing thing that I learned about being in this program and other programs is throw some shit at the wall, see what sticks, and keep moving. But keep taking action. Don't sit on trying to figure out what you have to do next. Move. And I think that's been the biggest, greatest thing for me. And my business, I talk about take-home money, and I'm going to be taking home millions this year, like multiple millions. And I just started recently.
My goodness, finally someone understands me. And I finally, for the first time in my life, felt like I could be fixed.
With that, something just mysteriously happened. The more I spend, the more money I make. I no longer feel that I have to charge low. I just up my fees. And I have my biggest launch. I had my 6-figure launch. Something that I have been chasing for 1.5 years. Once I joined her program, boom.
And my life completely changed. I wake up and I smile in the morning. I found another love for my business which I didn't have before. It's making my life so much better.
Hello, hello, and good morning, and welcome to day 3 of the high cash months. Hold on, let me see. I'm moving things around here, and so hopefully the screen and I are having like some kind of war here. But next time I run this, it's going to be set up a little differently. This is me and my messy makes me millions state. So this morning on our VIP call, we had a pretty deep talk about life. And by the way, I just want to celebrate all the people that are joining us in the Wealthy CEO and the Millionaire Club. I am going to get back to all your messages, and we're really excited to have you guys and just take this next step, because this year is there's so much money to be made. Let me tell you, even with the administration changing, money is going to be flowing in a way that it never has before. If you just look back at 2020 and you think about how much money people made back then, it's going to be like quadruple this year. Just allow yourself to be able to be in a state to receive it and be open to it and let it be yours, So today we're going to talk about, by the way, let me just hold on. Sorry that we went over, we were on the call and we were having such a deep conversation. I didn't want to end it. So anyhow, today I want to talk about a little bit more about, today's all about money, pretty much. And we're going to talk a little bit more about your business strategies and how the success of your business can be affected by the way that you see the world, your relationship with money, your relationship with yourself, really. And how does it affect you as a leader? How does it affect you when you're creating a support team? How does it affect you when you're making decisions in your business? All of these things I have found have been the bottleneck for a lot of my clients. When we actually sit down, you guys heard Olga yesterday, and she was talking about, when she came to work with me, she used money from one client. She had one client, she had $2,000. She used that to make a payment to me and towards the payment to me. And then she was trying to figure out, what was next. She's a woman who knew how to run her business, at least she thought, but she didn't have the power to run her business. She didn't have the money mindset, like the things that were going on internally inside of her were actually showing up in her business. And that's why her business was not being as successful as it was. And so once we started working on them, then guess what happened? Her business started blooming and she started making the most amount of money she's ever made. And that's where our highest cash months come from. Like, I'm going to teach you how to create your offers, right? And I want you to be able to have an offer. You can put an offer out today, but being able to put an offer that's aligned with you so that you feel good about it. I'll give you an example. I've had clients before that have literally said, I'm going to go put this offer out there. I'm like, all right, great, let's go do it. And then they go do it. They're like, nobody signed up. I was like, okay, how do you feel about the offer? Well, come to think about it. I actually don't really want to do that. I put way too much in it. I don't want to teach that anymore. It's not on my heart. I'm like, why did you put it out there? I'm like, well, it worked in the past. Okay, so You just did something because you thought it was going to be good, not because it was aligned with you. Yeah. I had another woman, she'd made $1 million in her business. And when we were chatting, she's like, I can't create it again. I said, what's going on? She goes, the way I made that million before, it was so hard. I said, what was so hard about it? She goes, I was working so much with the launch. I was doing this. And I was like, was it really hard, or did you have to do a little bit of work to set it up? And she's like, I had she has 3 boys, so that the kids it was a lot. And she helped people with IVF. And so she was complaining about the situation that she was in. And I said to her, I said, well, are you really upset about the way the money was made, or the way the money was, or where the offer was delivered? Like, what was the issue? And so it was both. It was like, she felt like she was giving too much away in the offer for her deliverables. She also felt like the way that the offer was sold, it was too much for her. And I said, so you think that you have to, in order to make $1 million again, the only way that you're going to make it is if you repeat that method again and do that again. And she's like, I never thought about it that way. Well, subconsciously she did. So guess who was struggling to make money in her business? Her. Because she had this programming that was living in her head, renting space, because your subconscious is programmed by your conscious thoughts, right? So whatever your subconscious is like a computer. And whatever you're sending to your subconscious, it's what you're thinking about now. So if you think that it's hard to make $1 million, which I'm telling you it's not, but if you think that you can't be a millionaire, your subconscious is going to be like, check, I can't be a millionaire. Check, it's hard to make money. So what does the subconscious do? It'll then start grabbing. So this is your subconscious with the thoughts that you programming it. And it will start attracting situations that support those beliefs. It'll support those beliefs. So your subconscious will then create situations where money's hard to come by. You can't hold money. If you believe you have a toxic relationship with money, the subconscious goes, we have a toxic relationship with money. So that's what we need to do right now. We need to repel all money and create toxic relationships everywhere in our life. Go. That's what happens. So when I learned this 14 years ago, I realized how important it was for me to program my subconscious. And guess how you program your subconscious? Not just with the conscious thoughts, but from your emotional state. So when your emotions are firing and wiring, they're sending with your thoughts, they're sending all these transmitters of stories, thoughts, beliefs, and it's programming your subconscious constantly with it. So you have a choice whether or not you program your subconscious with positive things or negative things, right? And that's the only way I can just simplify it, right? You do it positive or you do it negative. Now, for me, when I understood that, I was like, well, hell no. I'm not going to keep telling my subconscious that I can't be wealthy or that it's hard. Because when I had literally zero in my bank account and I had negative, it's when it turns red, by the way, when you have no money in your bank account. I don't know if you've ever been there, but I was there quite a bit. And so I would be like, oh, I literally would screenshot it. I'm like, one day when I write my book or when I tell my big story, I have it from 2019. I said, I'm going to talk about this moment in time where I had no money in my bank account, and I would screenshot it. One time I had $11.11 in there. And even though 2 other accounts were like overdrafted, I took a picture of it. I have the picture. I think you find it on my social media. I was so excited because it was $11.11. And I was like, the universe is calling on me. It's amazing. I have $11.11. Oh, who is celebrating that? This weirdo right here. Because I was like, you know what? I'm going to be excited about something, because either I could choose to be upset about the other shit that was happening, or I can sit there and be like, it's raining down on me right now before it actually did. Right. So important. Also, I just want to literally give props to everybody who's been on the 3-day that's showing up, because most people will sign up for this program and they'll never watch it. They'll never do anything about it. They'll think that, I'm just going to take this because it's so inexpensive, because literally spending a day with me is $50,000. My programs aren't cheap, you know, to come join. And this is probably the easiest access you'll get to me is coming here. And you'd be doing yourself a disservice not to even be live. And I get people you can't be here maybe for the first full 3 hours, but some of you have been. There's a frequency to this. There's an energetic frequency. There's a consciousness. And if there's a day that you need to be on, today's the day, because we're going to talk about money. So today we're really going to talk about programming our subconscious, but also what the thing that really stops people from having the success that they want. When I've met people, business women that have come into my space, and you guys, if you did not watch, is my head cut off or can you see my head? Is it okay? Oh no. Yeah, okay. I just, on this thing, it looks like my head is cut off. Oh yeah, you can see it. I'm not that tall. I thought I was taller than that. But whenever they sit down with me, and even if the woman can make money or she can't make money or whatever the situation, it's usually women who make money that I work with. And they'll say, this thing is happening. You know, I'm afraid to do this with my money. I'm afraid this is going to happen. I'll sit down and I'll talk to them and I'll realize that their potential or the potentiality for them to have so much more success is literally locked up in like these beliefs that are in that conscious mind that have been programmed to the subconscious mind. This is why if you ever pick up my cell phone, you'll see that I have my whole life designed on there that I want. It's like a constant collage. I don't have my dog. I don't have a dog, but if I did have a dog, I don't have my kids on here. I have the life that I want to create, because every day that I pick up that phone, I'm programming my mind to be like, that's my life. That's the life that I want right now. It's here already inside of me. So when I look at it, there's no confusion between what I'm thinking and feeling with what I'm creating, because I know that subconscious frequency is the attractor for everything that I want. The conscious mind might say, we want to be rich, but the subconscious mind, which you've been programming on the backside, not telling anybody about, that's saying like, no, you don't. You don't think that. You actually think money's bad. You think money's gross. You hate money. That's what you think in your little thoughts at night, even though you consciously are saying that you like and you want more. This is why when people say, I'm manifesting, and then they're not, it's because their subconscious mind is being programmed. So I've read a ton of books. I've done a lot of research, and it really came down to me understanding how the mind works, how we work. I want results. So I was always trying to get the result. Saying that I know information is pointless, because a lot of people know information, but they don't have results. A lot of people know things, they know how to maybe even do things, but when you ask them, do you have results, or can you teach somebody else how to do it? They can't. So for me, I wanted to make sure that you are able to get this result. So when you hear those testimonials from my clients, I have hundreds of them, by the way, because I'm smart. When people have a win in my world, I get the testimonial from them, because you can hear from me all day long how it worked, but when you hear it work from someone else, then you know, hey, it might work for you too. I'm smart like that. Very important for you to do in your business. But I had to take all of their subconscious thoughts and I had to sit down and say, okay, what are you really thinking? I had this client, May, who you just heard from her on the video, and I love May. And she had her highest, she had multiple six-figure launch when she ended up having multiple six-figure. Her first was a six-figure launch when she worked with me. She'd been chasing it for years. She'd worked with other mentors, came in, it happened. And she, I remember one time she was coming in and she had this belief that she made a lot of money, but she couldn't buy a Louis Vuitton purse. She could buy a Porsche, but she couldn't, because she was raised in Singapore. It was a very luxurious place, right? But in her mind, she said this money could be spent doing something differently, because she didn't feel like she deserved a purse, something silly like that, right? And I say it's silly because it's just a purse, but for many people, it's like they don't feel like they deserve to buy things with their money because they're not going to be a good steward with it because of that subconscious programming. Because the subconscious programming comes from mom, dad, what's mom, dad, society, past experiences, Remember the lens, the eye? The eye is looking and giving all the information into your subconscious mind. You know what I'm saying? So all those lenses you're looking through has been programming this subconscious mind. This is you with your subconscious mind. So even though your conscious mind over here is saying, I want X, your subconscious mind is getting all of this programming here. They say we have 68,000 or something thoughts a day. And you might have one positive thought in that day, and the rest of it is like reiterating the subconscious mind. So imagine you're in survival mode. I'm going to explain what that means in a minute, but imagine you're in survival mode and you're just trying to get through the day. And you're just trying to make it through because you have on this all these unresolved things from the eye. All these lenses are creating survival mode. You're just getting through the day. How are you going to get a chance to program the subconscious to think a different way? That's where I come in. Because I'm showing you tools to practice every single day. When women come to me and they say, I don't like journaling, I say, why? Well, I don't know what to journal. It feels like a lot of work. It's because they're really committed to the subconscious mind. Because they don't want to go and get to the layers of this stuff and work on it because they're in a deep survival mode. They've learned how to manage life with these thoughts, with these lenses, with all these things. They're barely making it. It's like they're carrying the whole world on them. That's why when those people, you say, why are you wearing those pink shoes? They're like, like they literally freak out on you because they're carrying the load of the world on them constantly that they get triggered like that. So when they get triggered, I used to be a woman that got triggered real fast before. I remember being on a subway. It's not my proudest moment. I was a lawyer too, by the way. I've had a couple moments while I was a lawyer. But the Hood and Shemina came out. And so I was on the subway and this woman was, I don't know, subway is so close. Like it was like the L in Chicago. People like literally stand right here in your business. I could never ride the subway down being the way I am right now. I can't even drive close to people on the road with me. But she bumped into me. She did some, I don't know what happened, but I went off on her. And I was just like, damn, no. And then my girlfriend who was with me, she was like, I had no idea. Like we're both lawyers working together in a law firm. She's like, I had no idea. You, one, had that in you. And two, I'm so happy you're my friend. And she's like, bitch, did you know that girl could have had a knife? What were you thinking? And I was like, I didn't. Because when you're triggered, when emotions are high, intelligence is low. But I had so much stuff that was literally bubbling under the surface that I had no idea how to process the emotions. That I was carrying the world of my past, all of this stuff with me every day, but I was a doer because I was in that masculine, wounded masculine energy. I knew how to perform and take action, but I didn't know how to process what was going on inside of me. So I knew how to achieve things and get them done, but I didn't know how to and the being is really what attracts the things to us. It creates our reality. It puts us in alignment. Now, the version of me that gets triggered or something, I would sit and go, okay, what is this trying to tell me? What one of these subconscious things or these things that are happening right now that I haven't figured out yet that I need to get in there and neutralize so that it doesn't take over my body again or my thoughts or my decision making so I can be an empowered person. Because every time that trigger goes off, I'm not an empowered person. And when you're not empowered, you're not rich in the way that you want to be. Because every time that you hand your power over to somebody, you're actually handing your money over to them at the same time. Because somebody who's in her power is a woman who's not in scarcity or victimness. Does that make sense? When you're living a victim story, you will not make money the way that you want to make money. You will make it a very hard way, but you won't keep it either. Because victim story is the victim mindset, right? In law school, they teach you not to put the E here in judgment. So every time I see someone with the E, I realize that they don't know how to spell. And they also didn't go to law school. We'd get our papers marked if we put the E in judgment. Anyway, yeah, your trigger journal is definitely really, really powerful. So this victim, oh, sorry. The victim mindset is here, right? And it has all these stories. And guess what? It has all the stories about the unfairness, the blame took, the jealousy, I'm not good enough. Do you know that people betrayed me? We'll get to the 3 core wounds in a minute. This is unfair. How dare they? Resentment, which all turn into money leaks too, by the way, because with victim stories, there's money leaks. There's usually trauma bonding. And then there's toxic relationships. And you can have these toxic relationships with people in your life, clients, so many things, like yourself, your partners, and money. So I try to find where the limited story is. Where's the victim story? Where's the story that's not got you in your power? Because if you are not in your power, someone asked about getting the recordings. These recordings will be up for the general admission. They'll be up until Saturday. And then we will be taking them down. And then, but the people in VIP, you guys have the recordings to keep. So if you want to upgrade from general admission to the VIP, it's $50. The link is inside the group. You can get it from my team. Okay. But tomorrow, I'm not letting you upgrade. You have to buy, I think the link will be out there for $597 to purchase all 3. So make a move. It's $50. It should have been 700. But we made a boo-boo. Okay, so when you've got money leaks, you're gonna have issues with hiring teams. You're gonna have issues with closing your ideal clients. You're gonna have issues with your bank account growing. You're gonna have issues with debt, bills, not enough money. It's like there's, and I'll get to that. I'm getting out. So we have these victim stories, blame. So whenever someone tells me that, do you know what they did? They did this thing to me. I can't believe it. You did this, or they're like, they have a story around why they don't have the thing that they want, because the story is supporting, they're supporting their lack mindset. Because if you've got a victim mindset, this equals a lack mindset. And abundance, there's no abundance in lack. You can't be in abundance and in lack at the same time. So in order to be in true full abundance, we got to get rid of this. That's the formula for it. So when people come to my world in Millionaire Club, I literally put you through the process of finding where your victim mindset is, where the lack mindset is, and recreate the result. And I'll tell you why. If you believe in alignment and attraction, right? If you are in a lack mindset, you're always going to be asking, where's the money? Like, where's the money? I can't see it. Like, where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money? And abundance, even if you can't see the money, you know the money's there. It's on its way. It's here. You know more is coming. There's no like lack of faith. You just know you're in the abundance frequency. So you never have to worry. So to get rid of this lack mindset, we've got to get rid of the victim mindset. And then we have to think about what the subconscious is being programmed, subconscious. And then this lens over here, what's it programming here? What's it programming here? And how is this affecting, you know, us having the abundance? Because when we get the abundance, more is coming. Guess what? Dream life is obtainable. I'm scribbling, but you get what I'm saying, right? So this is kind of like how I bring you through my process. So I'm always trying to like get you to a place of understanding. And here's the next thing. When you are, wait, hold on. And this goes either way. Empowered woman or man. So when you are in a lack mindset, you're very disempowered because you are not allowing yourself to be a person that can be in self-control. So here's where I'll show you disempowered. So a disempowered person if they're blaming somebody else, they have no self-authority. When you're a disempowered person, they did this to me, here's the story, the victim mindset comes up, they're disempowered, so no self-authority, there's so many no self-you, no self-accountability. I could go on and on and on. They just put the blame, of why they don't have X on the outside of them. So it's on the outside. This is why when 2020 was happening, everybody who was in a lack mindset losing their mind, they were blaming the conditions of what was going on in the world, why they weren't happy, successful, whatever. Where there's me, who is like, I'm so happy this is happening. Guess what? I get to catch up with everybody. Like, I didn't care what was going on in the world. I was going to stay in my lane, in my bubble, and be successful because I was an empowered person. But it's not because I'm an empowered person. It's because I worked on my lack mindset. I worked on my scarcity. I worked on the places that I had the stories that told me I couldn't have. And I decided to work on them. And this is what I teach you in the Wealthy CEO and in the Millionaire Club. Because an empowered person, this is why they're wealthy, right? They know that the problem is them and the solution lies within them. They have the power to create or change their lives. So it comes from within, not on the outside, and they know they're self-accountable. That's what powerful people do. People who sit on trainings and do nothing with it are disempowered. Like, they don't do anything, they just watch, get information, don't change their lives. People who sit on trainings and then they go take action afterwards, they're empowered because they're like, I learned something about what I'm not doing and I'm going to go take action on it. People who read a book and they're like, hey, this is actually working for me. I'm going to go do something about it. Empowered. You're trying to get yourself moving yourself. And then guess what happens? When you become, because remember we talked about the identity of you, who you're being now is empowered and wealthy, you then get to quantum leap to this version of you that has it all. The only way you're going to quantum leap is to change who you're being right now. And the only way to change who you're being is to find out what you're feeling inside, because the subconscious is being programmed. And then when you get a clear way, your subconscious mind now is, we're set to win. We can do this now. There's no plan B. And so now let's look at something deeper, your relationship with money. I've always said, for people like us, money's masculine. And the way we receive it is feminine. The reason why I say this is because you cannot put lights on in your house without paying the electric company, correct? It just doesn't show up unless you have solar panels, which you got to pay the solar panels to get installed. And last time I checked, it's going to take 14 years for that money to get returned to me before I break even. So someone's paying for them. You know what I'm saying? We need money. I need money just to drink this water. Unless you're in Rome and they've got the water fountains all over in Italy, you can stick your mouth under and get free water. You need water to have a shower. You need a roof over your head. You get what I'm saying? You need money to go buy food. Our basic needs and our essential needs, they're affected by how much, I gotta plug my thing in a minute, how much money we have. Now, how much we get to enjoy our lives also is affected by how much money we have. You know, people who have a little bit more money, they have a little bit better lifestyle. People who have a little bit more money than that, they can hire a cook. People have a little more money than that, they can hire a cleaning lady. People have more money than that, they can have maybe you might have a Honda to start with, and then you get to a next car, and then you want, a Maybach or whatever. You go to a Rolls Royce. Like, people with more money can buy more things. People who have, a certain amount of money, they fly Coach, they fly Spirit. I don't do that. Then there's people in Frontier, and now maybe never American Airlines again. But people, fly certain things, not making a joke about that, but just terrible what happened. But it's ridiculous that happened. But it's just like, you trust this, the airlines, and it just is terrible. Anyway, something else is going to come up from that. But you are able to go and get first class, or you go private, get a private jet membership, and you can fly private, or you buy your jet. There's different levels of where wealth can take you, right? Either you buy your shoes from Marshalls or Ross, or you go buy them from DSW or Macy's, or you go to Louboutin, Christian Louboutins, or Gucci. I love Gucci's shoes. And I love Louboutins, some of them. They just look cute, but some of them just hurt my feet so badly. They're like an hour. But there's levels, right? Where more money can buy you more things. So there's people who have levels of where they are with what their money can buy them and the life that they can create. Are you guys in agreement with me? The more money you have, the more you can enjoy your life in a different way. That's not to say that you can't be happy with less money, but you can, and you have more opportunities to buy things or experience things with more money. Yes? Would you guys agree with that or no? I could be doing this presentation just on a tablet, but I went and got a board. You see the upgrade? We could be iPhone users or Samsung users, just kidding, but one of the two, but there's different levels to how we use money and how it comes into our world, the luxuries we have. And people call them luxuries, where I just call it standard of living. You go to you can go to Popeyes and get chicken, or you can go, I'm just trying to think, I've never been to Popeyes, but because I don't eat fried chicken like that. I'm trying to think of a restaurant. You go Applebee's, or you can go to Capital Grill. Like there's different ways of enjoying your money. You can buy knockoff Lululemon or buy Lululemon. So what I'm trying to show you here is that money has the capacity to grow. Now, if you are still stuck with where you're looking at how you're living your life and you're still behind the 8 ball or always trying to get ahead, in my opinion, money has power over you because all of your decision making is coming from how much money you have, how you feel about money, what money can do for you, is money going to leave me, all of these things. Now, if you had the most amount of money in the world, how would you be showing up in life? What would your dream life look like? What would you be doing? And I asked this question to a lot of women, and guess what? Not everybody says they would be fully living out. They think they would, but even women who have money have the greatest fear about using and spending it. And I'll tell you why. Their relationship with money stems from, we talked about this on the VIB call, and I'm going to use their words because it wasn't mine, a toxic relationship. So what would you guys define as a toxic relationship with money? Just drop it in the chat. What would you say a toxic relationship looks like? Or feels like? A lot of anger and trauma, controlling, abusive, making decisions based upon money, neglectful. Popeyes is gross. I've never eaten it. It's Chicago. They love that shit. Making it and losing it, not paying bills, fear of it being gone. Okay. Enslavement. That's some heavy shit. So when you understand that money, Infinite Wealth, my program Infinite Wealth, it's included in the bundle for you in the Wealthy CEO. I should just launch that program separately because it's just freaking amazing. And I did this exercise on a very small scale in Chicago in my in-person event. But and I talked about it on day one, but I had people sit down and I had them imagine there was a pile of money on a chair in front of them. I had them close their eyes, go into a meditative state and look at the chair and ask who is sitting in the chair. And you know, people, majority of the people describe their father because that's usually who we go to be our protector. And when you have a very unhealthy relationship with money, it's usually because the protector in your life wasn't there to take care of you. I'm going to back up a bit. If you have not heard me say, I believe money is masculine and the way we receive it is feminine, then you need to be open to that. And I might say things that you might not agree with today, but just follow what I'm saying with you, because I do believe this to be truth. Because we look at money, when I talked about money taking care of us and providing for us, it is not directly providing for us, but we can't take care of our basic survival needs without it, because then we will become homeless and we would have no money and food, right? So if we didn't have money, we would be homeless. So we would be in a place where, and I believe homeless people, it's not because they have money, I think it's because their relationship with money and other things too. I mean, I don't think it's just because they don't have money, because you could get a paper route. You can do things to make money. You could sell your toes. I mean, you could have an OnlyFans page. You could do whatever. I mean, if you're really, really desperate, you could figure out a way. I mean, I have pictures of my feet. I did for backup at one point, jokingly, because my friend said, you could sell those toes. I'm like, really? How much money do you think I'd get for them? You know? So my daughter and I joke about, she's like, if anything ever went bad, you could sell your toes. I could not sell my toes if you saw my feet. But anyway, I digress. But you could sell your toes. And you could do anything to make money. And some of these chicks are making $30,000. Well, they were. This is back in the day when we talk about this, for their feet. But when you feel that your money's going to go away, you feel like your safety is going to be threatened. And a lot of the people, when they go to make an investment, they feel like it's either the investment or I'm going to die. That's it. The investment, I'm going to make this investment I know, because I felt this too when I first did this. This investment, this money, or I will die. That was the only two options of emotional connection that I was feeling. If I give you this money, I'm going to lose my house. If I do this, I'm going to lose this. Because my natural instinct was that I'm going to not be able to survive without money. So this is what happens with people when they have a toxic relationship. And I don't even like using the word toxic. I just would say it's unhealthy relationship with money. Because there are 3 core wounds that we have. Betrayal. There's more, but this is what I have found over and over again after mentoring so many women and my own self. I have them all, by the way. But I can go look in your business right now, and I can tell you which one of these wounds and your bank account and your spending habits, and tell you which one of these wounds is predominantly affecting your relationship with money. Now, if you fear money, every time you go to use money, you have this anxiousness, but not for survival thing, because maybe you'll be okay paying the bills, maybe paying for your car, getting gas, buying food. But the moment you go to buy something for yourself that you can't justify for a necessity, you will feel that when you spend that money, it's going to go away. Like it's gone forever. Now, tell me, if you have money on you right now, can you guys pull some cash out? Just show me. I want to do an exercise. If you have just a dollar bill or a bill. You guys got your money? You guys get your money? All right, now hold your money up to the camera. Okay. Now I want you to look at that money and whose name is on there. Let's go, Amy. She's making her deposit right now. Whose name is on there? Washington. Who else? Franklin. So wait, you're Benjamin. So wait, your name isn't on it? So why do you think it's yours? Do you own that Benjamin? Do you own that Franklin? Stay with me. You earned it, but do you own it? You're just borrowing it. It's just circulating with you right now. You don't own that dollar bill or that $20 bill or that $10 bill or that $100 bill. It's just a tool that's in your toolbox right now that you're circulating, but it's not yours. It's not yours where it's like you have to fear it's going to go away. You're never going to lose that because you send that $20 bill out, the chances of that $20 bill coming right back to the exact same one with that same serial number, unless you wrote I love George on there, because people will just do that shit on their money. You're never going to see that bill again. It'll be another one. It's just the value of the currency on this paper. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you assigned meaning to it. All of you so we have these wounds, but you just assigned meaning. That money was yours. So if the money is technically not yours, how can you lose it if it's always going to be in circulation? Stay with me on this. And because if that was the only money you had and you spent it, okay, if your name was on it and you spent it, the chances of it coming right back to you, I would see how that would be gone forever. But that's not true. There's going to be another $20 bill that's going to come right back up and replace that other one. You get what I'm saying? Is it clicking for anybody right now where it wasn't before? So what I did was I took we always call it my money, right? I took my money and I just made it into all the money. Because if right now, many of you have money in your hand, but you're not giving it to me, you're circulating your money. You're moving your money around to get information. This is where the bartering system came from. You're going out to acquire something. You go buy a car, you're giving them the money. You go buy bread, you're giving them the money. But you're getting something in return. And what people don't understand is whenever they think they're putting their money out there, they're not seeing there's an exchange of value. This is where the bartering system came up. Instead of me giving you 2 cows for 2 bags of rice, which doesn't sound like a great exchange, but we decided to come up with paper money so that we can assign pricing to things. But people have identified money being something so much more than it is because they think if they don't have this thing, they can't have a roof over their house. They can't have the lights. They made it into a survival situation because they have a survival situation from one of these core wounds that is showing up in their money. And that's what I help you work on inside of the Millionaire Club and the Wealthy CEO. We help you break down to find out, is it abandonment? Because abandonment is I spend my money, I spend my money and it never comes back to me. Betrayal. I use this money and it doesn't turn out to be a good investment, or it doesn't turn out to be a good decision. I regret what I did. Because other people have done things to me that made me not trust them. So I don't trust my decision-making when it comes to my money. So I expect this money to turn out to be a bad investment or a bad choice. I shouldn't buy those Louboutin shoes. How dare I? That was a stupid thing to do with my money. Why would I do something like that? And so this betrayal thing's going up because you don't trust the process. You're not sitting there going, of course, this is going to be great. Of course, I love what I'm doing. And then unworthiness. I don't deserve that. I haven't worked really hard to have those things. I can't justify the purchase. Now let's apply it to your business. Abandonment. I'm not going to hire a team because they're just going to leave me anyway. I can just do this myself faster, quicker. Betrayal. I've hired people in the past, but guess what? They've turned on me. They haven't been really good. They've left me high and dry. I'm not going to spend this money anymore. Unworthiness. You know what? I don't really need a big team. I don't need to have that support. I'm not going to receive support. I don't need anybody helping me because it's too vulnerable. I feel weak. I don't need people helping me. I can do it myself. Do you see how this is like really clicking? I could go on and on. This is my shit. You got a money problem, you got a relationship problem, you got one of these core wounds problems. I teach you the business stuff because I know that if you are not doing the business stuff in this energy with the subconscious mind program correctly, it doesn't matter what I teach you on the other end, it's not going to turn out to be successful. So, abandonment. My dad left. I don't feel safe because I wasn't protected as a child. That core wound went in when I was like, what? I don't know. Let's assume it was 16 when he tried to kill me. My mother also stood by her man. So I got my mom abandoned me too. So throw in a mother wound in there and abandonment. So what happens? I went into survival mode because that's the only mode I did. It was either that or die. So I had to survive. All of you can relate to this. Either the thing that either is going to crush you or tear you down, or you go into scrappy, I'm going to make it work mode. And I'm so grateful that I'm a hustler because I will always get whatever I want. I will always do the thing, but now I'm hustling in feminine energy, which is so different than when I was doing it before, which was just to survive. And so a lot of my relationships, what would happen is I would leave them before they would leave me. I would drop friendships. I would drop people. The moment that I couldn't trust them anymore, or I felt like they betrayed me, they were gone. But that was also showing up in my money too. We had the IRS lady, Mrs. Brown. She looked like Paddington Bear show up into her house and freeze her assets at one point when I was married. it was like my ex-husband's money shit and mine, it was like combined together. And so it's like you and we made a lot of money. I was a lawyer and he's an engineer. We both had our own companies. And worthiness, you undercharge for what you're selling. And so your offers are misaligned. So you're giving away everything plus the kitchen sink. If you guys remember my client Mariah, she was charging $25,000 for her offer. But after everything was said and done, she had all these people she was paying out to. She barely had a team. She had one person that was on and off that she would get a VA for, but she wasn't consistently making money and keeping it because her wounds ran so deep because she was 6 years old, taking care of herself because both of her parents were absent. And so how does it show up? I will see women who just like posts because it shows up in your emojis. They'll just like a post, never love it. They can't celebrate. Other women. They're know-it-alls. Jealous. Envious. All judgmental. Not your fault, just how it shows up. And when they only like a post and they don't love it, I'll tell you why. They've got this armor on their hearts. And this is not for every woman, but these are women who are really, really, really far back. They have this armor on their hearts. I can't let you in. It's unsafe for me to feel my emotions. So I'm going to keep protecting myself and be in survival mode. But what happens is when they've got that armor on, they can't connect to other people because they themselves don't know their emotions. The emotional wheel, you can go download anything on there. Emotional wheel will have all these emotions on here. I always tell everybody to start saying, I feel, instead of I think. Sad, happy, insecure, scared. When I ask a woman what she's feeling, she'll start saying, I think this. I said, well, what are you feeling? What do you mean? What are you feeling? I don't know. What do you mean? I'm mad. Okay, I know you know how to do mad because you know how to get triggered. What else? What's underneath there? I don't know. Are you happy? I think so. I don't know. What does happy feel like? They're so disconnected from their emotions. Which then, if you're disconnected from this, you're disconnected from this. And when you're disconnected from this, you're disconnected from this. And when you're disconnected from this, you're disconnected from this. How is this all landing with you guys? I know my avatar. Nobody's teaching this like I am. I think someone said earlier, my team was saying that they wanted to teach what I teach. You can't teach what I teach. This is my thing. I understand this like I understand. I could write papers on this work. There's nothing out there. There's teaching about feminine and masculine energy. There's teaching you about how to be, empowered. There's teaching you how to change your relationship with money because they're like, be in abundance, think good thoughts, manifest, all of that. Great. But you tried that shit already, didn't you? I get to the root. If you don't get to the root, you repeat the pattern. When you repeat the pattern, it just keeps going because guess what? That subconscious mind is a faithful servant. It will do exactly what you tell it to do until you program it with something new. And that's where I come in. That's where Millionaire Club comes in. That's where Wealthy CEO. If you desire to have a business that's making money with these principles behind it, and you get to become the most empowered version of yourself, I am your mentor. Team, put the link out there. We've got 5 more spots that people can get into the Wealthy CEO or apply for it. Now's the time. And then if you desire the Millionaire Club, because you feel like you need to start there, message one of my team members and they will, and the extra 3 months is only going to be for this training. It's usually 6 months for the Wealthy CEO or for the Millionaire Mindset, but we're giving an additional 3 months for you because we want you to go through the material and really, really, really understand. When I started realizing that my father and my mother and my relationship with the masculine, it's not just them, it's the masculine energy, because I had a toxic masculine energy that I created to get into survival mode. Because there was nobody that came up to me and said, baby girl, those people did you wrong. How do I help you? What my little girl did was, because her life was threatened, she slept in a closet. I slept in a closet for weeks on end because it didn't feel safe. Life didn't feel safe. My toxic relationship with men started then because men and money are exactly the same. The reason why my husband and I got married is not because I loved him. I loved him a lot, but I trusted him. I trusted he wouldn't leave me. I needed someone who wouldn't leave. So I would test everybody else. But even after I got divorced from him, the cycle with men were still there, even after I made a lot of money, until I broke it. Because I had to learn what trauma bonding was. Because when you live in the lack and you live with just in survival mode, the only way you know how to attach to other things and people is through either you're an anxious attacher or you're a distant attacher or you're a healthy attachment. But usually most people don't have healthy attachment. And that applies to money too. Is this making sense? I know what I'm talking about, huh? Now imagine you can break that relationship that you have right now that's holding over you. Not only does it change your relationship with money, but it changes your relationship with every single person in your life. It also, one of the next things I did was raise my standards, because when you have an unworthiness wound, you know what you do? You over-deliver in your programs. You over-deliver everywhere. You don't have good boundaries. You don't know how to be vulnerable. Now, this is not to say, like, I over-deliver still. I mean, the things you guys are getting in 3 days is ridiculous. Should be like a $2,000 program. But I also am a woman of abundance, and I have a stronger why. My why is to help every woman become a millionaire. I want them to have the capacity to have a business to make $1 million, because I know that standard of living. If they're going to be able to go, write a book, do all these things, put their message out into the world, it takes money to do a lot of that stuff. It takes money to be able to create that type of brand, to really make a difference out there. I started from nothing, but I still had to use credit cards to still try to maneuver things to buy the programs until I didn't. But again, not everybody's wired like me. I mean, I will say, if you're a woman who's in survival mode, you are wired like me, because you're willing to do whatever it takes to get it done. That's when I look at women who have money and success, I'm like, oh, I know, honey. I know what drove that. I know the pain drove that success. I know your unworthiness. Every single person I ever meet, I know unworthiness is driving their success. But what if, and May, my client May, she goes, Shamina, if you heal this unworthiness thing in me, will I still be successful? Will I still go out there and do the thing I need to do? And I said, yes, May, you don't have to worry. You don't need to dip into a toxic place to move. Now you can do it from a place of power, that you get to charge, because she was charging so little in her programs. Now you get to come from a place of, this is my value. This is my worth. And remember, your self-worth will always reflect in your net worth, because it's a frequency, it's a vibration. If you don't value yourself, you're telling the universe, don't send me any more money, send me broke ass bitches. Right? Am I wrong or am I right? It's so nice when you have a client that comes in and says, hey, all those women you heard on the video, they made that money work. Trina came to me. She had to take her money because she was lovely. And she's the one that manifested her millionaire man going through magnetic power. She manifested celebrity clients, like really famous people after going through my program. But when she first came to me, she was sitting on her floor in her living room and she's like, Shamina, something has to change. She read a post of mine on Instagram where I was celebrating $1 million. I had spent $1,000 at this restaurant in Miami with my 2 kids. We spent $1,000 at dinner. It's the most I've ever spent on money. We were celebrating. I think I'd made $1 million at that point in time in the year. It was May. And they ordered everything. We had all the appetizers. The table was so small. Anyway, by the time the black Uber, the driver, came to pick us up, I had $1,000 hit my account because the money just came right back. And I was telling the story about you not limiting your desires and going, and when you feed your desires, you tell the universe, hey, I'm feeding my desires. The universe supplies the money for it. Money needs a place to go. You can't just sit there and ask for money. It has to go to the things. But if you feel undeserving of those things, then money's just not going to come into your bank account. We want to circulate. So imagine you have this amount of money, but now you want to circulate this amount of money. You want to circulate this amount of money. You want to circulate this amount of money. You got to be open to receiving more. But you don't want to put your name on all of this stuff because you're just holding it, letting it use it as a tool to buy you more things, and then you have more money coming in. You're just opening up. And this is why I created the program Infinite Wealth. I want to show you there's no limit on how much money you can have. There's an infinite amount of money out there. It's infinite. It's infinite. And all you have to do is being open to receiving of the more. But if you're not a good steward with your money, if you're like, you hit the gas and you hit the brakes, I want more, I'm not deserving. I want more. Oh, I'm going to lose this money. I want more, but I'm not going to spend money on a team. I want more, but blah, 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 blah. You're not having a consistent frequency out there saying, give me more. I'm open to receiving more. I am a match. I remember the first time, do I have money here? I do. Remember the first time when I started doing this, someone said, what does it feel like to have $10,000 in your hand? And I remember I was like, oh no, I've never really had $10,000 in my hand. So I was like, I remember I'd be like, what does $10,000 feel like? I don't know, because I never had it. But then I had to start getting into the frequency of what if I did have $10,000 in my hand? And they would be like, what would you do with the money? And people who say that they're going to save it, well, why? If you know another $10,000 is coming into your hand. Only the people, imagine you went your whole life and just stuck all your money inside your mattress and you never enjoyed life. Dave Ramsey would be so excited for you. But not me. Because you went your whole life living below the means of what you could have, instead of just being the energy flowing in and being just the person that has the money keep going out. My name's not on this money. It's coming in. I'm using it. And then more of their friends are coming in. More people. The more that I feel into this energy of I can use and do whatever I want with money, guess what happens? More comes. So it's releasing the reins around that relationship. So when you think about your core wounds and you think about you as a little girl, even a grown girl, a grown woman, and what is really the fear? Because if you had no fear that money would leave, how would you show up and use it? I literally used to go to Marshall's because that's where I used to shop because I didn't have any money back when I was after my divorce. And I would go pay and pray is what I would call it. I would pay and pray that that card would go. Because sometimes I didn't know, because guess what? I didn't watch my account. Because who would want to watch their bank account? I just would just use it and just whatever happened. If it got declined, I would figure it out. If it went through, I'd be like, oh Jesus, what happened? And here's the thing. You don't need to pay and pray. Yesterday, someone said, talk about what you watch grows. I now am such a good steward of my money. I don't fear this. This works for me. This works for me. I have power over this. I get to decide. So of course, every morning I'm going to wake up and look at my bank account. Of course, I'm going to look at my Stripe account. Of course, I'm going to do that because whatever you watch grows. You know, when when we fill a program, I look at how many people are coming. I watch the numbers. My team already knows. It's almost like I have a thing. I have this thing. I ask the numbers. Where are we at? I look at the views. I swear I've done this so many times with videos on YouTube. I'm like, this is going to cross this amount. I'm going to hold energy for it, and it does. All right, I want to do a check-in real quick. How you guys doing? Mind blown. Miranda, you don't believe more is coming because you still have to work on your root issues. Your biggest one, which is and it might not just be the loss of your son, but it could be something else. But when you feel I can't fill a hole from something, you're never going to believe that it will be full all the way, but you've come a long way already. But it's like, and I can't tell you how to feel this. I'm not coaching you right now, and you're not a client of mine that way, but I want to tell you that if you can find a place to feel at some sort of peace with things, then you will get to a place where it's like, this is the best I can do right now. It might not be perfect, but I do know things can change. Because sometimes we might not be all the way over the bridge, all the way on the other side of the transformation. But that doesn't mean we can't receive money in the process. Even when I was breaking my toxic patterns with men, I was still making millions. Because I got out of the victim mindset. I was empowered because of that. But I also knew that the work that I did, I valued it. But I'll tell you, the moment that I broke my toxic cycle, my bank account literally doubled. Like my monthly income doubled. I was having 6-figure cash days, like things doubled. It's possible. This is not from a woman who had nothing, who literally grew up in trauma, like, and with toxic parents and with like people who were not emotionally mastered. Sorry. Speaking of my son, he was texting me. I do not turn that thing off. I have to figure that out. But I'm saying like, there's no, I literally every day sit with this gratitude because there is no, I look at other people who are so committed to their victimness. This is when they're like, I was married to a narcissist. I was this. You're labeling a narcissist so you can give them a reason why you're not successful. Okay, you were married to a narcissist, period. What are you gonna do about it now? Okay, this happened to you, period. What are you gonna do about it now? Okay, this event happened, period. What are you gonna do about it now? And the period comes with after you process it, because maybe you need to process it. Maybe you need to work through it. Maybe you need to allow yourself to like, look back at all the experience that, because it could be a root issue. And then 5 other major life things happened because of this root issue. And they all have the same framework of why you don't have what you want, because you're repeating a pattern. So it's going to show up. You're getting the same result in every this is like what they say, these women say, I only attract, toxic men, or all men are the same. Are they? Or you were just finding the ones out there because that's what your pattern is, you're attracting to yourself. Because not all men are bad. Not all men are bad. But if you have not broken a pattern inside of yourself, you're going to see the same situation show up in different people and different experiences over and over again, because that's what's in your subconscious attracting that experience to you, because you didn't break the cycle. So changing partners, this is when people think that if their marriage broke down, they just change partners, everything's going to be hunky-dory. Maybe for the first couple of years, in the first little while, because, whatever, it's new and fresh, but your shit's still going to pop up again unless you fix it. You think that, sometimes even changing a business, they think that's going to change things or whatever, but it doesn't, because you're going to carry, because you are again, this nobody says this but me. So if I see you guys saying this shit, I know. You. So this is why women have their highest cash months with me. Because when I can start working and figuring out why you're thinking what you're thinking, what you're doing, and what's bottlenecking you, what's creating a limit on you, why you feel success is so far away, why you fear it, why you're doing all of these things that are stopping you from being the most richest, wealthiest, successful version of yourself, then when you go take the strategies, of course, you're going to like literally go from 100,000 to 400,000 a month. Of course, you're going to have your highest cash months because I took away all the barriers and resistance, the things that you've been carrying around as bricks all the time that are stopping you having from the success. So of course, you're going to make more money. It's magic. The last word, business, sorry. Your life and business. No one told me I was supposed to have good handwriting. You know, in my defense, we literally type everything now. Last time I really wrote a lot was in law school. Where literally all my exams were 100. 100. Everything was what I only got 1 grade on a test. So it was all 100%. So if you bomb that test, you bomb that course, you got to redo it again, this is why we used to spend weeks and weeks and weeks studying for exams in law school. Business school was the same way too. It was different though. You had more group programs, just a little different, and you had more incremental things, but law school, man, it was crazy. But I did it because I do anything, I get it done. So I wanted to just, I could go on and teach about this, but I want to show you guys some things that I think are going to really be helpful. You know, yesterday when I asked you guys about what was some of the big things that were coming up, and many of you said fear. And so you had a fear of something, a fear of something happening. And you know, it's like, most people don't understand. So when you have a fear of money or you have any fear, it's because a couple of things. You lack the understanding of why you're afraid, why the fear is there, and you haven't mastered it. I've mastered money, so I have no fear around it. And let's just say, like, people have a fear of flying. I remember when I was a lawyer at the time, and I was traveling with this chick, Angela, and she literally almost put a bag over her head or something. I had no idea. She was popping something. We get on the plane and she put like this whole sweater or something over her head. I don't even know what it was. It was like a sack. And I was like, it's happening right now. But she was so afraid to fly. That was the only way she could calm her nerves. I never understood people like that, because I'm like, you're letting this irrational fear take over. And I think because I started flying very young, I don't know what it was, but that wasn't one of my biggest fears, because I'm like, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die in this plane. I have no control over it. I let control over to the pilot, you know, that's just how it goes. And my kids have no fear of flying. But anyway, if you fly more times and you allow yourself to get comfortable with it, you'll understand that you are no longer the pilot. You're not the pilot. You have no control over this plane. You're trusting the process. And if this is probably safer than driving. People could be afraid of driving. They get in a car accident. They don't want to get in the car again. They're afraid of driving. But you're afraid of, I don't know, videos. I remember, well, the first thing I did, this was when I remember my lip shaking. I was going to my bodybuilding competition. I remember going out onto the stage the first time, and my lip was literally quivering like this. It was like, because you're wearing like a bikini like this big, and they're grading your body. And I had 2 kids at this point. I was like 40 years old, and they're like grading my body. And I was like, like my lip was quivering and I was moving. I did all the moves wrong. And I ended up getting awards still. But when I did it again, it was easier because I was like, I didn't have that fear. It was like the first time I made a big investment, I had all this fear and I was like, why was I afraid? I did it again. I did it again. And then I was making bigger and bigger investments. So the fear went away. When I went in front of a judge the first time, I remember going in front of a judge and my girlfriend was in courthouse and the courthouse was full. And I literally had the motion in my hand and I took it to the judge and I just gave it to the judge like this. And the judge looked at me and I was like, what the hell did I do? And the judge goes, counselor, do you have a name? I was like, yeah, I have a name. Like, which name? Shamina, last name, Taylor. Like I was frozen, but you know, many court appearances after that, I was a boss when I walked into the room. But anytime you do something for the first time and you're going to have a lot of fear because you don't understand. Like I didn't understand what to say and do when I went to court because the guy that I was working for just literally sent me with a bunch of files to the courthouse and just told me to go do it. Never told me what to do. So I just kind of figured it out on my way. It's been me. When I started practicing the law that I was doing, real estate law, I had no idea to do contracts. One of my friends said, get your first deal, we'll work it out. That's what I did. This has been my whole life. I just literally embraced the fear because if I'm going to let the fear stop the success from happening, then I'm literally not going to know what I'm capable of. But once I understood that this was not something for me to be afraid of, then I became a master at the thing that actually drove a lot of fear towards me. I remember when I used to do Facebook Lives back in the day, it was like 2016. I used to get so nervous. I'd have hundreds of people watching me though, because back then it was so easy to do lives. We'd have 10,000 views. It was amazing. But I would still get nervous. And thank goodness for those weird Indian guys that would come on and talk to me because they would like give me engagement and be like, you're so beautiful, you know? I'm like, yeah, I am, you know? And so anyway, I would really be afraid of it. But let me tell you something. After that, I would like push live and I'd go live because I feared something I didn't understand. And when you fear things you don't understand, you're going to stay in that fear. But the more that you do it, the more that it becomes, hey, why am I afraid? And then you become a master at it. And mastery is the combativeness, is the thing, mastery is the thing that helps you overcome the fear, but also mastery gives you confidence in the conviction. Like the way that I just taught you guys about money was from me learning about it, like literally understanding it to the depths of the core of who I am, but also your emotional mastery. This is why I wrote this book. Because if I could get you to understand your emotions, the next book that I'm writing is all about money. But if I can get you really to understand your emotions, that's step one. I get you in that place, and then I get you to understand your masculine and feminine energy. I get you to understand the victim mindset and the abundance. Bam, baby, we are millionaires. Make sense? Tracy Tudor says that fear is just a 4-letter word. Yeah, and you can make it whatever you want to make it. I now know when something makes me shake, I got to do it because I know on the other side of that, there's going to be an up level. But that's where I'm at now. When I was going through my divorce, my separation, I met a guy who was this is a story, I'll just tell it. Anyway, if I tell the story, let me see how much time I have left here. Okay, so I met this guy and our kids knew each other. And I was leaving school, I dropped off my kids at school and I think we were talking, he said, how's it going? I'm like, am I getting separated? And he's like, oh, sorry to hear. And then as I was walking up to my car, he was driving away. He came back around again. He goes, separated, goes, that means you can go on a date. He's like, can you go? He goes, can you go out for lunch? And I was like, I guess, you know, I was a mess. I had no business going out with anybody, but he had a motorcycle. And if you've ever been on a motorcycle, it is the most freeing thing and it's very therapeutic. For me, it was. So he would take me on rides on his motorcycle. And then I got to a point where I was like, I really want my own motorcycle without the guy. So I decided on a crazy weekend, to sign up at Harley to go get my motorcycle license. In 2 days, they took the test on a Sunday. I did the class on the weekend. I took the test on a Monday and I bought the bike on a Wednesday. When they were delivering the bike to my house, I was like, what the hell did I just do? I bought a bike on my credit card. And a couple days later, he came over and he took me out. We went riding, and then I started riding. But there was this big fear about riding this bike because you can die on them, right? But I decided to face my fears because leaving my marriage was a really scary thing to do. And I knew that if I could do some scary things, I could do a lot of scary things. And I was equipped that way. But I never let the fear stop me and keep me stuck into a place that kept me comfortable just because that was a safe place. Because if I stayed there, I would never be here. And I think a lot of the times people keep themselves stuck in a spot because they think that it's the right thing to do, because they let fear, they let fear take over. They let fear. And I was saying this morning on the VIP call, I mean, for many of you, you let this fear control how you show up in your business, even how much money you desire to make or the impact that you want to make. But, the worst thing could be is that you went through all that pain and suffering. You went through all this transformation, and then you did nothing with it. I can't say that. I made a post in my Facebook group. I can't say that I didn't go all in. The post came up in 2018 saying something about going all in. I don't ever want to have a regret in my life that I didn't go do the thing I did, because I took my mess and the things that I went through and I turned it into a message, and millions now. I know that this is something that I feel gratitude for it, because I wouldn't be here in front of you right now if I didn't go heal myself, if I didn't work on my money mindset, if I didn't work on healing myself. I couldn't create this amazing impact in business and change people's lives. Do you know, it doesn't matter how much money I make, this thing is what feeds my soul. If you know my story about being on a yoga mat, having a breakdown, really not knowing why I was feeling that way. I had all the material things and still something was missing, that feeling of not being fulfilled. And I literally live my fulfillment every day. You can't buy that. Money doesn't fill that hole. This does. Like, if I die tomorrow, at least I showed up. I didn't let the fear stop me from being who I am. I found what I needed to do to create this business. I learned everything. I mean, I'd ran businesses before. I had my own law firm. My husband and I, ex-husband and I, we had lots of businesses together, but I never knew how to run an online business. But then I learned how to do it. And it's been the most profitable thing in my whole entire life, because when you do what you love, the money shows up. But you also got to learn that mastery of money too. Like, people say, do what you love and the money comes. Yeah, well, money comes, but does it stay, and does it compound, and can I have more of it? I'll show you that part. So don't let that mess that you've been through, that great transformation, stay just inside of you. That's where this Wayne Dyer quote will stay with me forever. Don't let the music die in you. Every time I would let fear come up and stop me, I would think of that quote, and I'm like, you are not letting this music die in you today, girl. You better show up. You better do the thing today. Whatever it is, you better show up. You better do something to get yourself out of it, because the more and more that I exercise that muscle with fear, the more and more I just did the thing. So really, really important that you understand that fear is just because you lack an understanding and a lack of mastery. But you can do those things. Let me ask you this question. If you were going to go hire an employee, what would be the qualities that you're looking for in them? Drop them down in the comments. And, many of you are like, as you hire an employee in your company, if you're somebody, what would be the qualities that you're looking for? Committed and faithful. What else? Trustworthy, responsible. By the way, Amy, this one, I can see why you would say that. Knowledgeable. What do you mean by knowledgeable? Reliable. Creative. Loyal will be mine. This is number one for me. Fun to work with. So fun. So these are, yes, ma'am. All of these, would you say that committed is an attitude? Faithful is like an attitude, trustworthy is an attitude. This knowledgeable, I don't need to know what that means, but this is an attitude, attitude, and creative could be a skill, right? Maybe, and maybe this could be a skill. Now, as you can see here, we can list more and more attitudes. To be successful, all you have to do is bring this attitude with a little bit of skill. To be successful, I'm going to teach you the skills and I'm going to help you get into the state of to be successful. You have to bring the ability to be coachable and follow it and be patient and do the work. That's what you have to do. Now, is that so beyond? Imagine if that was the recipe and that you have the success in front of you, wouldn't you do it? Sasha's saying yes, and she's on my team. She's like, I see Sasha's head going, yeah, this is making a lot of sense. Like, she's on my team, you know, and even Shannon was like, of course, like, you know, because it's a no-brainer. Like my job today is to get you to see that your path to success is right here waiting, but you have to decide that you are worthy of it. You have to decide if this is something that you want. Now, do you know that your emotions affect everything that you do? I mean, I don't know if you guys know that. Whatever you pay attention to does grow. It's like where your attention goes and where your attention goes, energy flows is what the word is, the saying is. And Tony Robbins says it a different way, or maybe he says it the exact same way. He didn't create it though, but that's just the truth. And so whatever you pay attention to is what you're going to have success for. Now, in order to become like the millionaire version of yourself, what you have to do, it first starts with, even if you don't have the money that you really want, you have to put yourself into the state of being to have that success. And then everything that you do after that is going to make the difference. Now, when we look at the masculine and feminine energy and all of these things, all of them help you overcome the imposter syndrome, the I'm not good enough, the fear of it won't work. Now, I feel like when you're in a state of this has to work, you don't even consider what the options are. And that's where I was. Like, I couldn't have a backup plan in 2020 of it not working because I didn't want to lose my house. I didn't know what was happening in the world. My only option was that it was going to work. And I do that with everything. It's like holding this faith muscle. But if you're dealing with all the subconscious mind that's trying to protect you from pain and harm because it remembers what you told it. Because remember, you are telling your subconscious what to think, how to act, everything, what to feel. You keep programming it. And so it's there as a safety net saying, don't do that thing because we could get hurt again. Don't do that thing. This could happen to us. Don't do that thing. Something can go wrong. Don't do that thing. Don't do that thing. Don't do that thing. Danger, danger. The stove is hot. Oh, yeah. The stove is hot. Oh, that person betrayed us. Don't be friends with them. Oh, remember the time you did that with the money? This happened. So the only way to change the outcome is to program it with something different. But to program with something different, you've got to be able to come up with something different. Every day I sit and program my subconscious. Every single day. Every single day. Morning, I do it at night. And sometimes during the day, I sit and I'm like, what am I thinking right now that's not powerful? What have I assigned meaning to that's not giving me the result that I need to? But I've done this so much that I can be the reflector. And sometimes my mentors will reflect back to me, hey, you're thinking a little small here, or why do you think like that? You know, and you need that. You need someone to reflect back because you are thinking these things over and over again on repeat, and it's automatic for you. And that's why you think it, because you've been thinking it for so long and you think it's true. Most of your money beliefs and things that you have right now come from programming from your parents. It's called generational. It's been passed down. It's the way it's been done. Give me 1 second. My laptop's going to die because this thing unplugged. And that would be so bad if I lost you guys. Okay. But you do things because that's just the way it's been done. Because it's a habit. Most of this generational stuff came from when we had farms, because there wasn't things in plentiful. We are oversaturated with shit right now. You can get anything you want. You literally can get someone to come to your DoorDash. You can order food. It can get delivered to you. You could get someone to pick you up. You don't need a cab. You can get anything at your fingertips right now. We are in a time where our needs are being met instantly. But if you have that coupled with your parents telling you, don't waste your money, don't lose your money, be smart with your money, don't do dumb things with your money, save your money, all of this like limited stuff, then how are you supposed to really be in the more frequency or in the place of infinite wealth if you are constantly worried about the money going out and never coming back? Because that's what your program has told you. My mother, when I started making a lot of money, she's so sweet, but she said, don't waste your money. She would tell me, put your money away, don't spend it. I said, Mom, I have a lot of money. Yeah, but you got to be careful. I said, what am I saving for? Well, you need to, I'm like, okay, so I said, Mom, don't you ever tell me again I can waste my money. I love you. She goes, oh, I didn't mean to. I just thought I just was trying to help. And I said, that's the way you think. I go, I know that money's infinite. I don't have to worry about it. And she's like, I know, but I just don't want you to. And I say, okay. So what if I could spend all I wanted to, buy whatever I want to, have as much money in my bank account, have my retirement all stacked, my stocks ready to go, my real estate property great, my vehicles are all paid in full. Can't that be an option too? I would rather live with the second way instead of living in scarcity. But my mom was raised that way. I remember one time we were coming home from a vacation she bought. My mom would buy things. Like she took us on a cruise, my brother and I. I've been on a cruise twice, and both times with my mom. And we got emails. That's how we knew. I said to my brother, I go, did you get an email to get on? She goes, yeah. I go, are we just gonna go? Because my mom just bought it without talking to us. Because again, that was a pattern I had to break with her money. And but it was fun. We went. But we were coming back when we were in Miami because we docked in Miami, had to go home. We were at a restaurant in Miami. And I went to order berries, and I ordered a bowl of organic berries, and they were $8. And my mom said, what are you doing buying organic? Like, that's expensive. I said, Mom, I want to buy berries and they're $8. She goes, well, you're going to pay for it. I'm like, okay. But it was like, her mind was, you don't spend that type of money on berries, especially organic berries. You buy whatever. Like the woman would cut mold out of cheese because that's the way she was programmed, and just use the cheese. Like, oh, it's just one spot that has it, because we're not going to waste the whole thing. And this is where a lot of us get the conditioning that we have to put like the water in the shampoo bottle, shake it around and use it like until it's all the way out and get one more week out of it, or squeeze every last drop out of that toothpaste, or not allow ourselves to have them more. There's a thing about being economical with the environment. I get and understand that, but then that's not the reason why most people do it. They do it because they want to make sure that they're getting their money's worth for every little thing. But if you have that mindset to get my money's worth, you're not on a valuation system. You're somebody that buys from a place of, what am I going to get for my money? And when you're on that, what am I going to get for my money? You're still in scarcity. You're still in lack. You've not moved up to abundance where you're looking at things from a value. Get it? This changes that relationship. And so when you're going to create a team, when someone's hiring their team member, well, what am I going to get from that? I can do this myself faster. When I see women who don't have team members in their business because they're booking their own shows or booking whatever, they're doing all the things, I realize that they, one, don't know how to receive support. It's not safe for them to receive support. they also don't know, I mean, they don't know how to receive support, but they also feel like because they have this wounded masculine energy, which is directly connected to their toxic relationship with money, it's faster and cheaper for them to do it themselves. But you are not, that's not where your brilliance is. I will tell you, I'll go back to Elena Cardone. You want to be a billionaire and make more money? She's not booking her things herself. She's leveraging her time. Because it's faster for Sash to go make an Excel sheet than me. Why would I do it when that's her specialty? It's faster. I could do it. It would look like a 3-year-old did it. But I hire people. I don't have to take Shannon everywhere I go, or when I go on podcasts, or when I go to different conferences and stuff. But I take her everywhere I go. She's part of my team. I will take her. I want to educate her. I want her to grow. I put them in programs so they can learn, because I now know that they're not going to leave me. I know that there's a loyalty that I've created. My whole driving factor, I get tears in my eyes, more money, I'm going to pay them more money. Like, that's where it comes from, because I want to give to everybody. My whole thing is that the more money I make, the more money they make. And so, because their lives get improved. But if you don't feel ever safe about having someone around you, you will never create those relationships, and you can't leverage your business. It all comes back to your relationship with yourself and what kind of leader you're being. That leadership comes from a place of empowerment. And until you deal with all that money stuff, your leadership's going to get affected. And so is your bank account, and so is your business. What you guys got to say right now? What do you guys got? So how many of you thought you couldn't make an investment before? And now how many of you are like, if I don't make this investment, where the hell am I going to be? I mean, really, that's what it comes down to. With Lori, you're already in the Wealthy CEO, so you're getting all the good stuff. Lori was like, I'm in. When she started seeing her life change in the Millionaire Club, she's like, I'm upgrading, I'm going to the Wealthy CEO. She's like, this is a woman that's made millions. She was best friends with Joe Dispenza and Dr. Oz. She was in the roommates with them, and I still had something to teach her. And changed her life. And then when she signed up, she went and told her daughter-in-law, and their daughter-in-law joined my mastermind. She was telling everybody. She's like, you got to listen to this lady and go do this good stuff. Whenever we took the call, when I used to do sales call with her, she's like, oh, yeah. How does I need money? She's like, no, I'm ready. I just want to give the money. Like, she just was done. She's like, I don't have to talk about it. I was leaving Orlando. Actually, Marina, it was right when I met you. I was leaving Orlando, getting into the Uber, driving to the airport. If you don't remember this, Lori, and I was getting on the call with Lori, and Lori's like, yeah, I'm just saving money. I was like, thank God, because I was in the car. I was like, let's be done with this one. And it was really fast. On the way leaving the event, I was like, she paid me in full. So it's you got to ask yourself, where do you want to be? And if you don't have the tools to get you where you are, because nobody teaches the money stuff like me, then do something about it. And I'm not saying this to dangle a hat. I'm like, don't let this stuff be the thing that why you can't be successful and be a millionaire, because you can be. If I could do it that way, I'm telling you, I had the most, I mean, if this woman asked me where I got my boots from, and I lied to her. You know how I got those boots? I was at a fitness competition. My girlfriend was competing, and I saw this lady with these furry black boots on. I was like, they're sexy. I'm like, where'd you get your boots from? A woman gave me the link to where it was. I bought a bunch of them. Sierra had matching ones. My daughter and I are matching. Fast forward to later on, some other lady at the gym asked me where I got my boots. I don't remember Amazon. I don't want her to be as cute as me. That's a woman who's not in freaking abundance. A woman who is in scarcity doesn't share that information because she doesn't want other people to be better than her, to compete with her, to outdo her, to be more special than her, because it was my core wound that was putting me in that state of lack. So hell no, I wasn't going to tell her where I got those boots from. Now I'll give you all the information. You come work in my world, and you invest in me. I am your biggest cheerleader. Invest in the program, not me. Invest in yourself. I'm your biggest cheerleader. I'm going to see you. I can hold space for you to win, because I want everybody to surpass me. And because I believe I'm in this abundance frequency, I've attracted this level of wealth consciousness. And then when women are in my world, they automatically just start making more money and they start having their highest cash months because there's no limit anymore. When you have a mother wound, you have a limit. You downplay. You don't want to, if you're, and this is like, you could still have a good relationship with your mother, a decent relationship with your mother now, but when you have a mother wound, success for you feels like you are leaving the tribe. You are, if your mother wasn't there and she was always making you be her partner or her, her therapist, or, treating you like a peer and not making you a priority or teaching you about emotional mastery. Instead, she was dumping her emotions on you. As a child, you directly went into survival mode. And so of course you're going to show up, and then your need for validation and seeking approval is what stops another thing of what you're doing. I mean, it's a whole twisted net. Anybody can relate to that? I broke the cycle with my daughter. It's done. Done. Generational trauma ended. That's what we want for our girls and our kids. We want to end the cycle and also be rich and also make impact. That's why I say you get to have it all. I feel like I'm the mother wound for my daughter. So Jane, you can change it. Because I actively stopped passing my trauma on to my children. You can change that. I'm the oldest child, so I was held to different standards than my, oh yeah, of course, me too. My brother can do no wrong. He's younger than me, but he's stuck taking care of them now though, because I left. Yes, family history pattern stops here. Yeah, exactly. So my stuff goes way deeper, but I know that the revenue stream for money to come in is your business. So if I get you to be the powerhouse and run a business at its best operational and get your gifts out there, you're going to do magic in the world. Most people just teach strategy and things, and then, or they like business stuff, or they're like a mindset coach. I have the whole thing here because I know that you cannot be successful in making money without the stuff that I teach. It'll always be a barrier that comes up. The money will come up and it'll go out. And then you're like, why is this not working? Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong? And you feel like you have inconsistent months where you're like, I feel like I'm climbing up a hill. I can't find a client, or what's happening? Problem solved. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And then we have one more thing that I'm going to teach about. 2 more things. Your highest cash months, I want to tell you, they come from really, 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 really doing the thing that you absolutely love, having an offer that's completely in alignment with what you want to teach, delivering it in the hours that you want to deliver it so that you can get the client a result. Being in a state of knowing how to conduct yourself and your business on a daily basis. Daily practices are very important when you are creating your highest cash month. If you think about how much, let's say I made $100,000 in a day. I made more than that, but I'm just going to keep it for numbers. $100,000 in a day. What events had to happen for that amount of money to come in? Either it had to be, some sort of lead generation like this, where you're bringing people into a masterclass, you're doing an in-person event. You've put on, you might have something that's auto that you brought people through, but usually to convert people at a higher ticket, you usually have to have some live interaction with them. Now, say you wanted to make that in a month, right? So there had to be times where your offer was like, you were basically priming the person, you're priming people previously, and then you come on to like a 3-day thing, or you come on to a 1-day thing, or you are constantly selling nonstop online every day in the month, which if that's what you want to do, you can. I just know that there's a sequence to this and how we do this. And this is why I included quantum challenges inside the Wealthy CEO package, so you can see how to set up to do something like this. I mean, mentoring and coaching, you can fill a group and scale it to 100, 200 people into a group. You could charge them $400. And then that would give you reoccurring income every month. We have a membership that we're starting. We just opened it up. Some of you actually have joined it already. And it's a low ticket membership. My team is going to be running it, not me, but you will have access to some of the work that I'm doing that you get to go through. But we provided different tiers for people to come in, but you have a membership. Let's say you're charging $97 a month for it, and you put 1,000 people in there, or even 100 people in there. Maybe 1,000 is crazy, but 100 people in there, you've got reoccurring income every month at that rate. And so that could be a very, very low, but you got to be careful, because if you're running that, you're going to cannibalize your other offers, because nobody's going to give you, $10,000 or $30,000 if they can get access to you at $97 a month. Make sense? In my Millionaire Club, I don't do any direct business coaching with you, or I don't do any business coaching, but I don't do any coaching with you. Like, I don't get into your soul, like where I really move you through the process. In the Wealthy CEO, you bring me any problem and I'm on it. You see the difference now, Lori, of being in both, right? Yeah, like how where I am so I'm very clear about I do talk about pricing in the Millionaire Club, because I want to help you increase your pricing, because I know a lot of the time your lack of expensiveness around money is the reason why you're charging so little. So it's usually something rooted in something else. And so when we can get you into a higher state, you can start charging more. I feel like everybody should raise their pricing. I mean, your work is amazing. You are valuable for the person that needs it. So don't knock that, and you don't need more degrees, more skills, more certificates. You just need to be an empowered person and go out there and just crush it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Team, can you give and I'm going to go over the offer again, but you guys have the link there, and you guys reserve your spot so you can text me. What's going to happen is you send me a text on this phone, and then we're going to talk about, any questions you have about the not the Millionaire Club, the Wealthy CEO, the Millionaire Club, my team can handle, or if you have questions, you can send them to us. We'll go over them. I can go over them right now. Make the move so that you could be here a year from now at a different place. Listen to those testimonials. Those women all did the work and they got the results. So go take a 5-minute break, and we will resume in 5 minutes. Okay.
My name's April Porter, and my company is Ask April Porter. I have certain goals in my life that I want to go to, but I'm very self-aware and understanding that in order to get there, I can't just work the business, I have to work on myself. And so when you were speaking, it really resonated with me and immediately conjured intuitive feelings that I needed to work with you to help me get to the next level.
So when you first started working with me and to where you are now, like what do you feel your biggest obstacle was before?
Well, one, the perfectionist thing. So I can trace back to where I began needing to be a perfectionist. And what's strange is I would have never ever said that I had felt unloved or unworthy of love previous to this program. But now I can see that I was imprinted in a way where I had to be perfect to earn the love.
Right. You couldn't just be loved just to be loved.
Right. That's the biggest thing. So for me, I recognize that. And now I can force myself to accept less than perfect. I know that being less than perfect is actually getting me farther than being perfect.
Yeah, it's a messy action.
Right.
It's knowing that it's even your level or understanding of perfectionism is actually not even perfect. It's just your interpretation of it. So, so maybe if you moved right now and or allowed yourself to be here or take this action, you find you're aligned next higher. Is there anything you want to talk about? Like one last thing about the container. How do you like it?
Container is great. I feel very, very safe in the container. And one thing I love about the container that I have not found in all containers, which is I don't know what everybody does for a living. I don't know where they are in their business, but it's irrelevant because the energy in there is like simpatico amongst everyone. In other places, I've felt like I'm way ahead of the class or I'm way behind the class and it feels out of balance. This feels completely in balance with the people that you have attracted to put together in this container. It feels very safe and it feels exciting. There's no question about the support, both from you but all the other participants too.
Yeah.
All righty, ready. Everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. We do have two guests that we're going to be having you guys listen to today. But before I do that, I have one more area that I do want to teach, even though I've already kind of blown your mind already from what we're getting messages in there. That's awesome to hear. I'm really excited. Listen to April. I remember when April came in. She's the one that she was a lawyer, did bodybuilding and a bunch of other things, ran a business, so many businesses. And then she went on to get her SAG card. She went to be an actress. So and she's doing business stuff still, but she had this thing in her heart that she wasn't doing anymore. She discovered that in our group. So I was really happy about that. So what I want to talk to you guys about is just what your next steps are. This last area that I wanted to teach was about how you are showing up in your business is going to affect everything that you're doing. Did I lose my pen? Oh my goodness. Did I walk out of here with it? Oh my gosh. I really did. God, this is what old age does to you. Hang on 1 second. All right. So when we're talking about our relationship with money and how we look at it and how to overcome it, the things that we have to look at is that, remember, you have this frequency, right, that you're emitting out all the time. This is you. So let's say this is your money frequency. This is your emotional, this is your money. Emotional meaning like, things you fear, what you're safe with. also can be with money too, but this is like, you know, if you were in scarcity. And then there's this love frequency. How open is your heart? Or closed will be how you connect with others. But this will be how you attract wealth. And emotional is how you connect and attract others and clients. And all of this is like, if you think about this frequency, if you feel like money is running out and you have a fear of it, or you spend it and you're afraid it's not going to come back, and this is the energy that you're sending out. When money comes in, there'll be a money leak created that will guarantee your money to go away, gone. Here's where you fear connecting to people, or you're not emotionally mastered, you get triggered a lot. You're going to attract situations that are going to keep confirming that, because that's what's in your subconscious mind, right? In your subconscious mind. And if you aren't open to love, or you don't have an open heart, you're going to have this shield on your heart. So you're going to block any love from coming in or going out. And so all of this is like, this is you. We got to work on you. But imagine you took all of this and then you applied it to your business. Well, this business will have scarcity. You'll be attracting clients that are like, they don't have any money. There's no money, or they're not going to do the work. They're the scarcity ones. They tell you that none of your stuff works. Here, you don't have an open heart. You're going to have a closed heart. So your business is not going to really connect with your audience, and you're not going to be able to grow. You're not going to be able to attract people. You're not going to have this, your story won't relate to the audience where they can feel you. And so your business, and people say, my business is blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, let's go look at you. What are you doing over here? This is a lot of stuff you're doing over here. Does that make sense? So we got to work on that. That looks crazy, but this is really what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. And so if you don't have this master, then guess what's going to happen? You're going to be like, why is my business not working? Why is this not working? Why is this not working? I'm like, wait, let's go back and look up here. I'll teach you this strategy. This is how you make an offer. This is what you do. This is how you charge for it. This is how we make it a funnel. This is how we do an email sequence. This is how you go on YouTube. And this is why people won't even notice your videos on YouTube. People won't even see your stuff on podcasts, or hear your stuff on podcasts. They won't even see your posts. You won't stand out. You won't make impact. Nobody's going to read your book. Nothing's going to happen because you have all this going on, because that's your frequency out there. But what if you changed it all? You come work with Shamina, yes, big smile. And you now have an abundance mindset. You're emotionally mastered. Your money, well, aside from your money mindset, but your money mindset is powerful. You're empowered now, not disempowered. I can go on and on. Your heart is open. You're authentic. Heart open means no mask. You do what you say you're going to do. So all of this will then go into an amazing business, which will lead to your dream life. So we have to change your identity. It has to. It has to happen. And I do it in layers. I do it in layers because I realize even if I work on your emotional mastery, I still got to work on your money mindset. And even if I work on your money mindset, I still got to work on your other stuff. Like I still got things to do when it comes to you. So I got to constantly keep going and doing these things nonstop, because if I don't, what's going to happen is you're going to stay stuck. So I'm going to sit down here and I'm going to go over this one more time, and then we're going to bring Elsa on and a couple others. So I have gone through and I've shown you that when we create your offer, which we're going to do, we're giving you hand-holding here. Like you create your offer, you're going to have to get it approved by us, because I'm first going to say, listen, I don't think this is a great offer. This is not going to be aligned. Or I'm going to say, you know what, this is an amazing offer. And maybe you might be having too little in that offer. And I'm saying, look, listen, I've been around enough marketers, enough masterminds to tell you how you can create a low ticket, mid ticket, and a high ticket offer. Ones that are going to really funnel people into your business. Let me share my screen. Actually, can you let me, and then can you drop the link for the offer inside the chat for me, please? I'm going to open it up, just go through it real quick. Don't worry, this part of the session is going to be very quickly, and then we'll move on. I have one more thing to wrap up with money, and then we'll be done. Let me know when you guys have it in the chat. And so when you have mastered yourself, you then have the power to go create whatever you want, because guess what's going to happen? You're going to be in alignment, because your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions are all going to be aligned. And when you are in alignment, guess what happens? You're in the highest vibrational frequency you can be in. Things have lightning speed. This is when you quantum leap. This is when the quantum leap happens, because you are right now aligned at your highest level. So you don't have all of the scarcity. You don't have the lack. You don't have the things that are keeping you down and holding you back. Team, do you have it in there? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, sorry, I was waiting for the go ahead. Go ahead. We redid it because it says I'm disabled. Can you guys let me? I'm not, and it's my Zoom. What happened? No. Got it. Okay. So when you are really thinking about things, the wealthy CEO, you know why I came up with that? Because there's a lot of CEOs that are broke. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to have a wealthy CEO. You're going to hear from Elsa today, but you can watch this video. You can hear, and that was Krista. You heard from Olga yesterday. I just want to get back to this. So we're going to help you design your offer. So you have to complete this section. So Lori, since you're in Wealthy CEO, you're going to go through all these workshops still. So we're going to help you make sure this offer is crafted in a way that it feels good to you. You want to do the delivery on it. And then we're going to say, yeah, this is great. Go out there and do it. And then we want you to understand the difference between high ticket and low ticket. Like really, you could run, we're not going to teach you out of this, but you could run ads to a very low ticket, or every place that you go, and every podcast you're on, every video put out there, you can have certain funnels that are going to be where your ideal client is. You go do a talk, wherever it is, we're going to show you how to create, having people come in through your opt-in, go into your low ticket, and then ascend them up into your high ticket, either through book a call or whatever, you want to do. We're going to show you, we're going to make sure you have a system in place so that you can start creating, start making money. And now how to sell the offer is like basically, showing you what ways to sell the offer. I'm including quantum challenges in there so you can learn how to do your 3-day event if you want to, how you can do, they can book a call with you, how you can have a setter on the inside of your business. You can use ManyChat. We're going to teach you how to do all of that. We're going to teach you how you can sell your offers over and over again. So it's really an easy system. You pick the one that you want. You could pick 2 or 3 of them, but you got to sell every day. And maybe you don't want to physically sell, but you can have things on that are automated so that you can make money while you're sleeping. Because to me, that's the best kind of money, because you're leveraging your time really well. And how to master your message. So this is how you stop attracting people who don't have money to work with you, or stop attracting people. I mean, they're going to slip through the cracks no matter what, right? And it's just going to happen. But how you can get buyers and clients that want to invest in you, where you're not twisting their hand to say, hey, you should come work with me. They're like, hey, I want to work with you. I'm going to make this happen. And so that's what we want to teach you, the process of that. Because when I learned how to master my message, I realized that this was the difference between how you sell high ticket and how you sell low ticket is in the messaging. And I know that I had a client once and she's like, I just keep attracting all these people that don't have money. I said, well, she goes, I love poor people. I said, guess what? You're going to keep getting them. So if you don't switch your messaging, to speak to people in their power, you're not going to attract the right people. And it's a very subtle thing that people can change in their messaging that can start attracting their ideal clients. I literally can sell up my mastermind, and I have many, many times. It's made me millions and millions of dollars because of the messaging that I send out there, because I'm speaking directly to her, because I've really understood my avatar, which we're also going to teach you. So, mastering webinars and converting high ticket. We're going to show you how to do this process. That's what the quantum challenge is. The offer ascension, we talked about that earlier. Basically how, if you have a membership and maybe you're not there yet to have your team run it, but if you do a low ticket and they have lots of access to you, they're not going to basically invest in your higher tickets. So you don't want to cannibalize your offers. So you got to set them up in such a way that there's a true ascension for people to come up and work with you, or you stick to one offer and that's it and you scale it. But I'll teach you how to do that. That was very, really important for me to learn. And it was a game changer, because that's how I was able to hold my high ticket to where it was and sell it. And then when you sell high ticket, you can have your highest cash months, because say you have one offer that's 45,000 or 30,000 or 10,000, and you sell maybe 4 of the 10,000, you got a $40,000 a month right there. Okay. And then media and TV, we're going to teach you how to pitch on media and TV. And we're going to show you how to lay out your pitch. We're going to give you the actual template for you to fill it out so that you can start pitching the news. We're going to tell you where to go find the outlets and how to pitch locally. We're going to teach you where there's 10 major news outlets that you want to be a part of, but we're going to teach you how to locally get on the news, either in any state, whatever. We have a couple of stations that we've worked with in the past that we know the producers. And if you have a good pitch, you're great on camera, which we're going to help you do. You're going to get on there. You're going to get to say, I was on ABC. It's going to be live. You're going to have that footage for your Facebook, your Instagram, or even your website. It's really good for building that authority, because when you're building that authority, you're going to stand out from the crowd. And this is super important, because when you've done all that inner work and you're there to go share your message, you want everybody to come to you to buy the thing, and then we're going to show you exactly the steps to set up your podcast so that it wins, so that you have listeners, and how you can track your subscribers. And we are actually going to a paid podcasting part of it. And so we're going to start monetizing our podcasting in a different way. So we're going to be creating that membership. We'll show you how to do that. But you want to be able to create your podcast so that you can put it out there. This is all with the Wealthy CEO. And then we're going to show you how to strategically start your YouTube and literally start building a YouTube where you can be in a niche where you're going to be able to attract your ideal clients, but also grow the tube. A couple of months, I was making $2,000 a month from just YouTube views. And so, we spent years hiring other people just to get to the minimum where you get it monetized. And this past year, we literally, 14,000 some odd subscribers, because we used a program that we had, but we also started using our own system on how we felt was really the key things that grew the channel. And let me tell you, if you're not utilizing YouTube, you're literally sleeping on the potential to grow your business to the next level, because YouTube is like a machine. It's been funneling book sales. It's been funneling the podcast. It literally helps grow all the other platforms. It is such a powerful, powerful engine. So speaking on stages, right now, Shannon's pitching me to TEDx, but we have a system to pitch you to speak on different stages. It's a system where you have a pitch template, and then you create your speaking reel, and then it's basically something similar that you might use for TV, but we're able to cross references so you can get on stages. You just got to find out where, we have the whole system set up. And basically right now we've been working on, since I've been speaking so much, we have a kind of a speech template, like how you want to break down. If you guys want to see what I've been doing, I can share that with you. But we want to show you how you can pitch to be on podcasts, because this is huge, because you're leveraging someone else's audience to bring yourself in front of them. It's like the cheapest, freest way you could ever do it. Okay. Being able to take your story and make it something so powerful is like game changing. It's like literally it is going to make you stand out from the rest, because people remember stories. They don't remember things. When they go to events, like they attend things, they remember how they feel, right? That's what Maya Angelou said. She said, people will forget what you said, but they'll remember how you made them feel. And so when your story can create so much emotion, and I'm going to teach you how to do that, because it's something that was literally, it's so beautiful because I have a great story. I was able to use that in all my marketing, and it's been helped me get on podcasts. It's everywhere. You'll hear me say the same story everywhere because it's the story, it's the origin story. And it's what, if you have your story that you can rinse and repeat, that you have said in a way that really is profound, it's going to be amazing for you. Again, ManyChat and the social engagement will show you how to do that. That's when you see people say drop cash or drop power or drop this. There's going to be an automated system on the back end that's going to be able to send your opt-in directly to the person. So you're going to be able to grow your email list like gangbusters, because it's like, we make a lot of sales from our email list, and don't worry, we're going to give you the white label version of our email list so you can start growing your not our email list. We're going to show you how to grow your own email list. And then this deep avatar work, like today, if nothing ever showed you, like I understand you. I know what you're going through. I know what you experience. So because I've done avatar work so deeply, I've done it with myself, but I've done it with the people that come to me because I watch their patterns. And I also see, like, what is it? I mean, I study this stuff literally daily. And when you understand that this is probably the vital thing for you to do in your business to make it a game changer, you'll understand how to attract your clients, but also how to be the leader and the mentor to attract the right people and deflect the people that you don't want to work with. Because that's really important, that your messaging and who you're marketing to is really speaking to your person, but also not speaking to the person, like the people you don't want to work with. That's really important. I remember I had a client once, and I said to her, this is like 4 years ago. And I was like, who do you speak to? She goes, men and women. I said, okay. I said, well, what do you guys talk about? And what is your message to them? And her message was so general. I said, you cannot do that, because when you speak to everybody, you speak to no one. No one can hear you. And so it won't land with anybody. And this is also with your YouTube, with everything else. If you don't have that client avatar work done, you will not be able to leverage your business the way you want to. Okay. Leverage your business blueprint. Lead nurturing. We're going to show you basically our organic, well, it's down here, organic traffic, how to get leads, but how to nurture your leads, like where they come in. Could be like their opt-in will do this for them, where you can take them next, how you can send them to a podcast, like how are you going to be able to get that know, like, and trust factor up. It's all going to be there for you. And then again, like I said, the CRM workflows and the automated systems, we're going to basically give you our email sequence for, like, when you showed up for this event, there was an email sequence that you got. We're going to give that to you. So you can just basically put in your information in there. And so anyways, I said there's only 5 of you have messaged me. And then a few of other of you have messaged saying you want to go into the Millionaire Club. This is amazing. I only did 10 spots because it's going to be because we're going to be looking over your stuff, where before it was just you go through the program and then you come to ask questions. Now I'm going to be like on the workshops, looking in, okay, what are you doing? Not every single workshop, because Sasha will teach you about YouTube, but like on the main workshops, I will be there looking at things and be like, okay, what do we got going on here? Let me help you. And let me give you like the stamp of approval until my team and I, like I've said, this is good to go. You don't proceed to the next level, because we want to make sure that it's done, it's being implemented, and you're getting results from it. Okay. So again, after all that's done, there's Q&A. You're going to have a weekly coaching call with us. And then again, we're going to give you a couple of our done for you funnels. So you don't have to think, Sash, have you ever seen our funnels? They're beautiful. And so you're going to get one of those, and that would be like $5,000 really to buy a funnel somewhere else that design like that level. So that's something you're even getting here, right here for you. The done for you email sequence, we worked on something that had a high 40% open rate. So you're really going to get that from us too. Now, you heard about me talking about these programs, accessing the quantum through emotional self-mastery. This is the part when I first talked about that version of you where you have to have the emotions. This program, and everybody who's taking this program, you heard Olga yesterday, literally changed her life. Everybody who said this program, Brittany, changed her life. This, you must, if you want to be successful at all, take this program. And I have a discounted price for it, but right now it's included in the Millionaire Club, which everybody should be in, and it's in the Wealthy CEO. The evolved alpha female. Remember, we talked about being in survival mode. We talked about that masculine shield, the masculine energy, the masculine and feminine, and the wounded masculine, the wounded feminine. This is where women are literally chasing money and they're not allowing the money to come to them. They're not allowing themselves to be in their feminine. And so they're deflecting money. This evolved alpha female is going to change your relationships with money, with yourself, with your significant other, if you are partnered or not, or attract people to you. But this program is going to help you identify why you've been in that masculine state and what to do about it. Magnetic power. Brittany told you she took this program twice. You heard Trina talking. This program, if you have a business, this program is absolutely a necessity for you to go through. But with magnetic power, and it's not included in the Millionaire Club. It's only included in the Wealthy CEO. The reason why I did that is because it's business oriented. In the Millionaire Club, we don't talk about business. But in Magnetic Power, I teach you how to be the authority, how to really put your message out there, how to celebrate, how to really decide what your offer is going to be, but how to become so magnetic that you are attracting people to your product and to your services, so that 3 people could be selling the same thing, but guess what? They're coming directly to you because it's energy and it's that frequency. When you're in that abundant state and when you're putting out that right frequency, people won't see anybody else. They'll just come straight to you. Infinite wealth. This program will change your entire relationship with money. This program is designed to help you see and feel into the infinite possibilities of money. Infinite wealth, in my opinion, is it really was at a point when I was designing this program, I had broken through so many of my money barriers. And I went from, I think it was like $10,000, $50,000 to $135,000, $150,000 cash. You'll watch and you'll see that Infinite Wealth, where I had my increments that I was going through. An amazing program. There's nothing like it on the market. You want to be in the abundance. You want to believe that money is, the more money's out there for you and that it's not going away. You want to change that toxic relationship with the masculine and with money. Infinite Wealth is going to do that for you. Okay. Quantum challenges. If you want to learn how I did these master classes, I literally break it down for you in quantum challenges. You're getting this all included in Wealthy CEO. Activated money flow. Remember I told you if you have any lack mindset, you have any victimness, it's going to affect your abundance thinking mind. Well, activated money flow, I'm going to show you how to reprogram any lack or any victim mindset you might have, if anything there, but really how to program yourself to be in abundance. How can you get into the state of knowing that money is always an abundant thing? And so activated money flow is actually included in Millionaire Club. And it's also in the Wealthy CEO, but this program will help you literally be in a state of abundance. And then I have my high ticket program here. So you can learn how to, it was all these programs that you see valued at. These are what they sell it on my website right now. These are all the programs. This is what you can buy them for at the website. This is when I launched them the first time. This is how much that's how much we charge for them. Actually ATQ, we launched at $9.99, but because it was doing so well, we've sold $500,000 with that program. We see the value of it. My mentor told me, he goes, you need to raise it up to like over 2,000. So I did, and people buy it. High ticket client, I'm going to teach you how to attract your high ticket clients. And this is the avatar training. This training is gold, 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 gold if you run a business. And also you get all of that, plus you get an additional weekly call and being a part of the Millionaire Club, which has a community of women that are just insanely amazing and supportive, but you get to transform yourself into your most abundant thinking self. The transformations and the changes that women are having in the Millionaire Club are insane. It's the tools, you get to work just on you in that membership. And, the Millionaire Club is usually for 6 months, $10,000 for 6 months. I'm adding an additional 3 months as a bonus. And you join the Wealthy CEO, you're getting the Millionaire Club for free. Crazy, right? I know. But I want to make sure you do the work so that you become the most evolved millionaire version of yourself, because I know that when you get to that state, whatever business strategy they show you is going to win. So this is it. And if you're not in a place to join, the Wealthy CEO yet, you definitely should get into the Millionaire Club immediately. We do have a payment plan. Just message my team and they will give it to you. So all of this is only $25,000. I used to sell this program for just the Wealthy CEO for 30 something thousand. I dropped the price of it and I included more. I did this because I really, really want this to be a no-brainer offer that no one goes, I don't have the money. I don't have money for it. You will get your money back when you start selling your programs. Other things will come in. This is where this is going to be one of those investments that you made. You're like, I can't believe it was only this much. And this is not spending, this is investing. And this is where you're going to really understand the shift in money mindset when it comes to that, because you want people to invest in your programs too. You want people to buy from you. You want to be able to attract high ticket clients. But if you are not going into a program that's actually investing at this level, the chances of you attracting those types of people are very low. Okay. So what you do is you send me you click this link here, and you click this link to secure your spot. You pay $1,000. We invest, and it's a refundable thing. And you then get my phone number for this phone, and you send me a text message, and then we talk about the investment, and we talk about any questions you might have. I'm not doing a sales calls for these because I want to make sure these people are, when you make an investment for $1,000, you get access to me, you get my cell phone number, and we talk about it. But make sure when you do that, you are ready to do, a Millionaire Club or, the Wealthy CEO. And here are all these testimonials. Listen to them. I have so many. We just didn't be able to fill them all on the page. I mean, and so many, just tons and tons and tons and tons and tons, because that's how I roll. All right. Any questions from anybody right now? And then we're going to bring on a couple people. Anybody? All right. You have these trainings up until Saturday is the last day to watch them, Saturday or Sunday. If you got the VIP, you get a different access. We are going to be doing a Q&A tomorrow. I decided that already earlier today at 12 p.m. Central. So really go through all of this stuff. Should I do it on Saturday? Yeah, I can't do it Saturday. Sierra has a competition. Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Should I do it tomorrow? I want to give you guys a chance to go through it, see if you have questions. You know what? Whoever's been present, they're going to get it. So tips to bring in money. I mean, for me, it's like you go sell something, like put an offer out there. Take your phone right now, go put an offer out on Instagram. I mean, if you've been seeding your audience really well, being able to put that out there in the world is going to be really, really easy. Just like, hey, I've got an intensive going on. Regularly it's, $997. I've got it for $597. I'm just making this up, but you offer your audience something that if they've been trying to work with you, they're going to want to buy something from you. Get into the state of, you've been on here for 3 days. You are in the frequency of the belief that more is coming. Put an offer out there. If you desire, I'm telling you, I desire to work with that mentor so that money came in. I've had people say that they've made money and they want to work with me, and then they don't go fill the desire. Guess what? You're telling the universe, don't send me money for the things that I want. If you worked and did this for the 3-day and wanted money to come in and did not buy the program, you literally are telling the universe, don't give me my money. So put that out there. If your story is complicated, should you condense it to keep people interested? I don't know what your story is, but I would say that you, what I would say is that, where's Jane? I can't see her on here. Oh, Jane. I would say that you take the parts of it that resonate the most with them and share it. That's what I would say. I mean, you have to have a beginning. Remember what I said? A beginning, and after, and there was a pivot. Like, what did you overcome? Keep it simple so people can relate to it. You don't want a big, long story. When people go into all the details of things, then you lose people usually in the details because they just want to know, hey, what did you go through? What happened? And how'd you overcome it? Okay. All right. We have Elsa here and we have Lori here. So I would love to bring them on. And Elsa, why don't you come on? I know some of the people, it's been long because we started at 10 a.m. So it's been a long day, but hopefully you guys that are watching the replay, you guys are not going to miss something so fabulous as Elsa and Lori share. Yeah, that would be good, Sash. And I think it would be really, really powerful. I'm telling you, we are crushing everything right now. And I widened the scope of where money could come in. It didn't have to just come in through my wealthy CEO, my millionaire club. While it's great, but money's coming in everywhere. As I've been on this call, I've been making money every minute. And so it's just a matter of like how you want to decide how you want to be remember, imagine if you are the frequency of money, it's going to come to you, right? But if you're not, it's not. So that's the shift. All right. I'd love to bring Elsa on. Elsa's in Australia. Elsa, it's so funny. I made a post yesterday and Elsa actually commented on it. It was like 6 years ago. She commented on it too. But her and I were friends on Facebook for a while. And then she joined in my mastermind a couple of years ago, she'll tell you. And then she recently did join, and then she just finished her term. And she came to my in-person event in Chicago. And as she came here, she decided to throw her own in-person event. But we literally broke down all of Elsa's offers. But Elsa was going through a really challenging time last year, where she was trying to figure out what her next is. And then with great coaching and her being coachable, we were able to really hone her in and come up with what her best plan was. It was like a no-brainer. It was like, of course, it was always here, and she was complicating it, kind of thing, but it was always right there in front of her. Anyways, welcome to the stage, Elsa.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. So just tell everybody who you are and what you do. And
hi, everybody. Yes, I'm so honored to be here. I'm from Brisbane, Australia. And let me tell you, Shamina quite rightly said I was complicating my offers last year. And when we got really clear on my offers, it was just natural. And now it's funny. I have a 10K offer right now that's increasing to 15K next month in a couple of days' time. And once upon a time, that particular program, I was nowhere near priced that way at all. And now, the minute that I put a price increase, a different level of female comes. It's crazy, which is exactly what Shamina's always said to me.
I told her, stop attracting those broke ladies. Let's get the ones that have the money.
Exactly. And I just want to say that it is a process to get there, but you do get there if you do the work, which is the whole flavor of what I need to share today. Because frankly, when I first came across Shamina, I'd already been connected, as Shamina had mentioned before. And, I'm married to my soulmate, and we have 2 beautiful children. And at that time, I was building my business, and I was achieving success. I still am. But what was happening is that I was hitting a lid. I kept hitting a lid, and I just felt that I was constantly sabotaging and breaking down every single month. Not really understanding why that was happening. And most of the time it was just massive meltdowns, and highly emotional meltdowns. And I just thought that was me and that was life, until I was listening to a live that Shamina had was running. And everything that she had mentioned was exactly who I was at that time. Just somebody that was constantly getting triggered by posts. When anybody would say anything, I'd get offended. And then I would outwardly point to people. I was that person. And I'm so grateful at the fact that she did that live, because that made me stop to realize and thinking, wow, like, the problem is me. I actually was not even aware that the problem was me. And then I hopped into a meditation, and from there I just knew that I had to partner with her, because there was so much that she was bringing awareness to me that I had to give the opportunity to flesh this out even further. So I hopped onto a Zoom with her, and she was prepared to work with me, which was fantastic. And then she said, like, are you ready? Like, let's get you started now. And I think if she had said, okay, well, here's the link, I probably would have talked myself out, only because of my limiting beliefs. But I'm so grateful that she said, hey, go get your card now. And I went, what right now? And And she said, yeah, go get your card now. So I went and got my card, and I literally processed the payment. And then afterwards, like, oh my goodness, like I'm literally, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm scared as hell. And here I go. This is what I asked for. And I committed to just going all in. And the very first thing that I did was accessing the quantum through emotional self-mastery. And I'm not quite sure whether you've heard about this program or not, this course, but it literally changed my life. Honestly, I think I've redone that course 3 or 4 times during the 2 lots of 12 months in the mastermind that I've sat with Shamina. And every single time there's another layer and another layer and another layer and another layer. It's and she mentioned just before, I heard her mentioning that, while she's working on your money mindset, there's also got to be the emotional mastery, and then there's also got to be, your limiting beliefs. I mean, it's all intertwined, and your energy as well, like energy management, as well. And all of these things, I just had no awareness how much it affected my life, my relationships, the way I parented, the way I wifed as well, the way I even saw myself, the way that I attracted clients, the way my real belief of my chances of success. Because even though back then I wanted success, I really didn't believe I was going to be successful, because that was outwardly playing out. My inner beliefs were actually coming into fruition. I was manifesting that, but I had no idea that that's what I was doing. I just had no awareness. And I think a lot of people come into Shamina's world and have no awareness, and I was certainly one of them. And so if you're someone that is constantly going around and around in circles and feeling like, why can't I get ahead in life? Chances are there is something in, your limiting beliefs, your emotions, your energy, the stories that you're telling yourself, your emotions that is limiting your potential. And it has nothing to do with the whether you can or you can't. It's actually just you. And Shamina has the goods. I can tell you that she honestly, I mean, I've had profound experiences just being in a mastermind and then going in person and just stacking on all the work that I had done, because I'm someone that will do the work. I'll implement. And part of her technique is journaling, and I journal every day without fail. I mean, every single day there'll be something that will come up and I have to flesh this through. And because I'm so obsessed with bringing out my potential, that I'm constantly working on myself every single day. I never used to be that way, but now knowing how much I've changed, like my relationship with my husband, is just off the charts. We just openly talk more, and we talk about how we're feeling without this, judgment. I mean, we work things through better than we've ever done. The way that I parent, and I hold space for my children, because I don't want them to experience what I've experienced growing up. And I want to provide them an environment where they're flourishing and they can step into their own and feel empowered, and then also doing that with my own clientele as well, and just people around me. I want to see myself as someone, as a net contributor to this world, and I take that seriously, which is why I'm so obsessed. And I could not be this version without Shamina's work. I just have to impress you that upon you, that I am who I am because of Shamina's work. And then I went to Shamina's event in October, and that was just another expansion. Like I've never experienced anything like that in my entire life, and I've not been the same person ever since. Honestly, I see life through a different lens, and I already see myself as an 8-figure earner. I see my business as if it's already earning 8 figures. I see my offers as if I'm already an 8-figure business, and which is crazy to say, because at that moment yet, it's not there yet, but it's coming, simply because of the stuff that keeps presenting in my life. I know that it's coming, and it's because I'm embodying that. I'm already believing that. I'm already saying that. I'm already feeling that. And that breakthrough came from being in person with her. But of course, I would never have been able to get to that breakthrough if I had not already done all that work prior to that. And so I was ready for that massive expansion, and to to be like it's so profound. I wish everybody could feel what I'm feeling and what I'm seeing right now. But just to go back to my story, like when I originally started, within a couple of months, because what happened is I made a monthly payment, and then literally within the third month, I had my highest cash month ever at 65,000 back then, and I paid off the whole program in full after that, and I continued to grow my business, and it grew over the year before. And then the second time around, just as I was finishing the first time around with Shamina, I hit my highest cash month again at 100K. 100K month. And then late last year, just was literally 2 weeks after I met Shamina in October, I had my highest highest six-figure month ever in our business. And in fact, we grew our business by at least 30% year on year whilst I was with Shamina. And then this month, we have doubled our January over last year. It's our biggest January ever. It's our biggest start ever, and we've doubled over last year, which is phenomenal. January is generally a very quiet month for our company, which is not a bad thing. I just take it as seasonality, but this January is quite the opposite. We're incredibly busy, which is, again, I do believe it's to do with my energy, my frequency, just the way that I'm viewing my business, the way that I'm valuing my time, the relationships and the dialogue that I'm having right now with everybody. It's just totally changed. It's just on another level. And again, this shift happened as a combination of doing the 12-month mastermind and being in person with Shamina. In terms of, so that's happened with the transformation I've spoken to you about, even my relationship with my family. My biggest takeaway, outside of the mindset, the energy, and the emotional, is just my ability to be magnetic has just dramatically increased, especially over the last few months. One thing that Shamina impressed upon me was, when you're doing work, you have to really go into your heart, like come from your heart. And I could never, ever do that. I just could not do it. I would always just, think about things that I loved and everything. And then there's just been this wall. And I just couldn't outwardly project my heart and my love. And it's because I didn't know how to love myself. I didn't know how to appreciate myself. I didn't know how to see the beauty in myself. I didn't know how amazing and wonderful that I was. So because I couldn't see that within myself, I couldn't outwardly project that. And it's only through doing that inner work that I was, I can look at myself in the mirror and say, you are effing, sorry, amazing, and you are so beautiful, and you are so, I just constantly am pouring into myself as I'm looking into myself, and I've never been able to do that. And so because I love that, and I love who I am, I'm sometimes dancing in front of the mirror. My daughter says, "What are you doing, Mummy?" I said, "I'm just dancing because I'm just dancing." And then we just dance together. And I mean, it's just, it's freeing to be able to see your own beauty and not having to rely on other people's approval. It's just a freedom that I wish for every single woman out there, because I know that, society inflicts so much expectation about what women should look like, but yet we're all that version in ourselves. Whatever beautiful is for you is who you are, right? And it's just a matter of taking the time to see that within yourself. And Shamina very much taught me that. And so that's now starting to show out into my business and on social media and in my marketing. And so I'm magnetizing clients versus, like the way that I used to market very, very differently. I have so much energy waking up. I'm excited about life. I'm excited about where I'm going. Yesterday, for example, and today, I've had two of the most profound meditations that I've ever had in my entire life, where I almost can feel my visualizations. I can feel my future self. It's like I can put my hands in my mind and just literally feel it. And again, I wouldn't be here without all the techniques that Shamina has taught me. And then in terms of, the breakthrough, one of the things that she has definitely taught me is about taking action really, really quickly. Just as soon as you learn something, to implement it straight away. And I've always been an implementer, but the way that I implement now is a little bit differently. There's a lot of energy, there's positivity, it's heart-centered, and because of that, I'm attracting a whole new different level of clientele that is so in line with the kind of work that I want to do in this world. And it's just amazing. Like, I absolutely love my business. I love my life. I love who I am. I love the conversations that I have. I love the opportunities that are being afforded to me. And again, I bring this to making that bold decision to opt in with Shamina. When, up until that point, I'd never really invested in myself. It'd been the most that I'd ever invest in myself. And yet she was prepared to work with me and saw something in me that I never even saw in myself. And so, I'll always be grateful. I'm always grateful for her because she sees beauty and greatness in everybody. And so, this is your opportunity for you to get out of wherever you are in right now. Shamina is someone that genuinely cares for her clients. She's someone that genuinely understands where everyone is at because she was there at some point in time throughout her 10 years. And she understands exactly where you can go as well. But her systems work. I really want to stress upon this because there's so many programs out there that promise outcomes and there's no real system or process around it, but her systems work. In terms of business, they make sense, and everything that she teaches is from experience. It's not theory or stuff that she's just read and said, oh, you should go try this, and she doesn't have the application. She teaches what she's already applying in her business. And she also, in terms of the emotional mastery, I recommend this even to my clients. Accessing the quantum through emotion on my clients. I point to my clients all the time to this course, to her book, because it matters. And if you genuinely want to achieve anything north of 6 figures, you have to do this work. Like, you genuinely do. And I mean that sincerely because you don't even realize the limitations that you're setting yourself by not doing that inner work. And plus, the bonus is your relationships around you will profoundly change for the better as well. And you will learn to love yourself and see yourself for who you truly are. So for me, I think, this is your opportunity to change your life. And if you genuinely want to have a radically different life and move out of scarcity and move out of paycheck to paycheck and move out of, planning your trips and never taking them and moving out of wondering what life could be like if you lived here, or I would always love to live in that house. This is your moment to step towards that because you can. And I'm living proof. And just one more thing that I will say is my husband decided to retire out of his career to come into my company because we could do it. We're in a $2 million house. I have a multiple 7-figure property portfolio. I have a multiple 6-figure, share portfolio as well. And I'm saying this not to impress you at all. What I'm saying is, before I met Shamina, I had none of that. I had none of that. And I started working with her in late 2021. And that's how quickly your life can change. I mean that sincerely. I only had one investment property at that time, and now we have multiple investment properties. We get to travel around the world. I just can't even explain to you. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on. And I've also been personally bankrupt as well, like over 14 years ago. So I've had money stuff that I've had to work through. So believe me when I say I know where you are, but I also know the opportunity that you have right now. And this is your moment to truly change your life. And I would be so excited for each and every one of you to raise your hand and just go in. As scary as it is, just do the work and just go for your dreams and fight for your family.
Oh, I love that. Oh my God, Elsa, you're amazing. You're amazing. I mean, I didn't pay Elsa to do all that, right? Elsa came on her own time, and she's a busy woman, and she's in Australia, which, if you know the time difference, it's like 4 a.m. there right now. And so, right? Or is it, I don't know what it is. It's like really early.
It's 6 a.m.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. And she got up, and to be here, for me to get up at 6 a.m. to come for anybody, you know what I mean? Like, that's just the kind of relationship that we've created. Like, Elsa's family. I get emotional when I think about it. Because when I see her like transformation of where she was, and she just thought the whole world was out to get her, and they were, because that's what she was attracting. She was attracting people who weren't supporting her and that wanted to see her fall, because she didn't believe in her own worth and her own power. And that's all changed now. And because of that, she's created this most beautiful. When she went to go buy that $2 million house, almost everybody in my mastermind was buying their new homes, but like $1 million homes. And you know, your girl Lori, you're gonna hear from Lori, but her daughter-in-law just went and bought her $2.6 million home. But it's like, you don't realize how much more powerful and successful you can be. And these women, they decided to go for it for themselves. They bet on themselves. It wasn't just, it's not that I gave them something magical. I just showed them a roadmap. I did mirror back to them things like, you know, Elsa was going through a hard time last year, and, you know, she was stuck, and I was like, that's okay. Just don't not come to these calls. Come so I can help you. Just come, let me help and guide you, because I know she lost her voice at one point because she was really transforming into that next level. You heard Olga say she was purging for 2 months, because it's an energetic thing. When you're releasing your old self, it's like your cells, your body, everything, you have to upgrade. And the upgraded version of you is not carrying that junk from the past. So it's gotta come out of your body somehow. It doesn't just magically go poof. You have to transmute it out. And sometimes it makes you feel a certain way. So I'm just so happy for you, Elsa. Thank you for sharing that. Where would these people be had they not, where would you be had you not, taken this leap, like where you are now?
I would have, because at that time when you and I met, I was working my business. I probably would have gone back to work. Or at the same place. I honestly, definitely not here.
And she's ready to crush this year, like really crush this year. Yeah, Elsa is a doer, and Elsa just had to learn how to be a beer, and that was all it was.
Yes.
But now she's learning how to mesh the two. And there was even a point in her marriage, if it's okay to share, where she's like, I don't know if I want to be married to this guy. And I was like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. He's your guy. And I really helped her rekindle and repair her relationship with him, because she was in a point where she just wanted to put everything in everyone because she was so frustrated with life. And I'm like, no, this man loves you. And and then
he does.
She came back to another call and she's like, you're absolutely right. She's like, he does. And now their marriage is better than ever. I mean, she just wasn't in alignment with herself to get all these other things that were waiting right there for her to receive. But because she was trying to solve a feminine issue with a masculine behavior, it wasn't working. And so, right. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but I mean,
that's why I'm laughing. I'm going, God, but you don't know until you know.
Yeah. And when she came to Chicago, she played full out. She showed up, even though she'd been in my world for years, she played full out. And she's like, I'm here to transform. And she had such a massive transformation. But the woman that came to Chicago was not the same woman that left. That's all I can say. And so when you were ready for the transformation and you're ready for it, and you find that mentor, like Elsa's coming back to hang out with us. You know, she just finished her term just this last month. But you know, it's like
coming back.
Go implement and you come back, but you find a mentor that helps you shift and change. Like, she's family. I will always be cheering her on and wanting to see her grow.
Yep.
That's what you want in relationships. Anyways, I know this is getting long and we have to wrap up today, but thank you so much for coming in. I'm always going to have you come talk. You're amazing. You look beautiful. And I want to see you win, and I'm always cheering you on over here. All right. Bye, Elsa. Okay, we're going to hear from Lori real quickly. And Lori, come on out. Lori, as I was bragging about her earlier, she's been around the world for a long time. Lori has been, she's a doctor. She's a naturopathic doctor, but she's not just any doctor. She's not just any woman. She is like a superstar in her own right. And when I was saying that she was friends with Dr. Joe Dispenza and Dr. Oz, like, she was roommates. This is a woman who runs in a frequency of eliteness. And then, you know, she's got a beautiful family. She's had a practice that she's run. She's made millions of dollars. And our goal with Lori is to just get her superstardom and her positioning out in the world now, for her to, she's on another chapter of her life of what she wants to share after doing the work with me. It's not just a naturopathic medicine, but it's in something much larger now that she's realized what her second calling is coming through right now. But when Lori joined the program, I think she found me watching I was doing a free masterclass, or I was talking to another client. I was talking to another client who aired the session, and then Lori saw it. She's like, wait a minute, I love this. She literally came to me and said, I want to work with you. And we had some things to work on with Lori because there was butting up against, but then when Lori decided to immerse herself in this work, I have never seen Lori's in her 60s. She didn't have a gray hair till you were 60. Is that what you said?
Girl, I don't have any. I still don't have any.
I have them all for you.
I don't have any gray hair yet.
All came in the last year, by the way. And amazing. I mean, just not having any gray hair just says the testament to the kind of life that she lives. Even with all the stress in her life, she never had that because she lives a healthy life. But she literally immersed herself in the work. And when she came, she's like, I'm 60 something. I don't know if there's another chapter for me. I don't know if this is it. And then she realizes that, wait a minute, hell yeah, there's another chapter. This is like, I'm actually just beginning now. And she's got this new lease on life and her relationships change. I'll let her tell you everything, but watching her transformation, truly, I am so amazed at it. It just humbles me because someone so accomplished like her, I was able to help. It makes me feel so good. That's yeah. Introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Lori Dubetz. I'm a naturopathic doctor, and I've been in natural healthcare for like 39 years, practicing as a naturopath. I was married to a chiropractor, and then I became a naturopath 20 years ago. So I have and had a very successful practice over the years. But I met the love of my life, and I picked up and moved to Alaska, and my whole life changed for the better and amazing. But I still felt resistance, and I was totally attracted to Shamina because of her boldness. And the attorney thing did attract me because I thought, wow, this chick is smart, but she's also confident and she knows her stuff. And when she started talking about the emotional wounds of a masculine feminine, I didn't realize I had such deep feminine wounds in my life. My mother was sick as a child when I was a child, and I kind of grew up with the wiring that I always had to take care of her. And my sister was older and dominant and jealous. And I just had a lot of women in my family dynamics that were not that nice to me. I've been successful in my life, even in high school, college, everything. I just felt like I had a blessing. But when I met Shamina, I said, I know there's more. I'm not done yet. And life shifts. And we travel a lot. My husband's amazing. We're leaving tomorrow again for another 6 weeks in Hawaii. I've been married 9 years, so we're going for our 9th year. And the beauty is, like, Danny's coming over, who Shamina knows, with her kids. So my goal now, I have 7 grandchildren, is to work remotely, continue to influence women that you can do it and have confidence, but also live in abundance. And I brought up in the Christian lifestyle, and I love it and I believe in it, but I think there's a lot of misinformation about abundance. And to me, it's the love, joy, and peace that I'm always seeking and I never had peace in my life until I really dug in and I said, I want to know what is causing me pain. It's my voice, the pain in my life. And when I dug up the female wound, and my sister wound, and really worked into it and actually journaled and did the work. Because that's one thing Shamina said to me, you're going to come in, but you got to do the work. And I came hungry to make some lifestyle changes because I feel like my life is not over yet. And I have many years of influence. And what she's offering in this CEO package, for the minimal amount that she's charging, and holding you accountable. I'm really excited for anybody that signs up because she's really holding our hands and looking at the work, not just the emotional, because that's very important, but also, going out on social media, doing YouTube and all that stuff. I always was afraid to be out there. And I really feel in the next couple of months, I'm going to go out there and just get my voice in the public, not playing small, with confidence, because I've had so much experience with so many patients, to give people hope, especially with hormone balancing and female. I feel that we should age gracefully and live with vitality. And I've done that. I have done the work, and I know the things that we need to change in our lifestyle and all that stuff. So I'm really excited about that. I think life is about impact. And one thing that I almost want to cry because I was married to an unfaithful guy. That's why that's important to me. And commitment is important. And I have that with my current husband. but I feel with my heart with him now. And if there's any triggers in my life, I know immediately how to handle it. I'm going to tell you, I don't have very many triggers anymore, just because I know my identity. I know who I am.
And you worked on it in the group. You worked it on in the group, though. You worked on it.
I show up every week. She knows I go on every call. I don't always ask questions lately, but last year I went to Hawaii and I took like probably 4 weeks and I did nothing. I said, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to talk to many people. And I sat on the beach and really got to know myself on deeper levels and took time to write out and to really pray and meditate. The cool thing now is I have amazing relationships with all of my children and my stepchildren. And even my son this week called me and he goes, Mom, I listened to this quantum meditation. And, he told me this story. I told him it was a God wink because he had reconciliation with one of his best friends. And I said, Nicholas, I'm so proud of you, because I feel as I shift and break the generational things that my family is flowing in abundance and love. So Danny got her new house. We went there for Christmas for 10 days. We had a great time. And I think I surprised my husband because I'm like, come to Hawaii, come spend time with us. And she didn't have that before with my husband's previous wife. So she and I felt like I gained a daughter, and my own daughter is stepping into her own power. And I'm just grateful, Shamina. It is about emotions. I've done a lot of work in my life, but I was attracted to Shamina because I had a female wound, and I go, she's triggering me, and I got to go figure out why Shamina's triggering me. But I loved her boldness, her confidence, and I knew she had done the work herself. So I knew she could help me get myself into a better headspace, especially with the female wounds. And I have no jealousy for any female anymore. No female triggers me anymore. And I lead a group here I live in Iowa, but I'm always on the road. She knows that I'm always traveling. So
I literally don't know where she lives. I don't, because sometimes she's in New Jersey, she's in Florida, she was in Atlanta. I honestly feel like she lives in forward.
Yeah, I was just in Oklahoma last week. I was in California. So my goal is to be able to work and travel from anywhere and do live in-person events, because I know that's what we're called to do. The world needs more encouragement and hope, and also inner healing. But I think people want it, but they don't know how. And Shamina will take you through the steps and honor yourself and invest in yourself, because all of us have a message and a story. And when you overcome something, then we got to turn around and help others. So thank you, Shamina.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Thank you. And can you just share how your relationship with your husband changed though? Like you had a huge shift with him.
Oh yeah. So I married this guy, and he's a lieutenant colonel. He's an Army guy, pilot. And, we had a beautiful house up in Alaska on the lake, but I said I couldn't do the winter. So we would travel and go to Hawaii or wherever else. But I couldn't receive his love. And I knew it. I felt it because I had this shield up. And so when I did the masculine feminine work and the evolved alpha female, I actually sat back and said, I'm going to start to receive everything. So not only physically, but sexually, and love and hugs and kisses and compliments. And we just have an amazing relationship. And that's what my children are watching, because they're now having amazing relationships. And actually, when I first signed up with Shamina, I was like, oh no, what did I do? Because my son-in-law and I had a major confront because he wasn't treating me right. And I stood up to him, and it was all of a sudden, it just came out of me because I wouldn't tolerate it. And now he's evolving himself to treat my daughter better because, and I told Shamina when I watched the movie, It Ends With Us, with Blake Lively, and I know all the stuff that's going on with that, but we want to break the cycles that are not healthy in relationships. And when we do our own work, it affects our family. But I would be on challenges. If I put my intention to anything, it comes. But I walked through the airport once and I felt like the royal carpet was laid out for me. And I laughed because it wasn't anything weird or sexual. It was just like they were honoring and respecting me. And I never had that before. So I was like, loving it. And then I said, you know what, this is how life is supposed to be. We are to be honored and respected as females, because I didn't witness that with my mother. I felt she was definitely belittled. I love my father. I have a healthy, and had my father passed away.
Money.
Yeah. And my grandmother made money. So I kind of grew in. I've always been an entrepreneur. I could never work for somebody, but my mother wound was so deep, and Shamina helped me, and I'm still digging stuff out. So it's awesome. But the great thing is when you go through life with love, joy, and peace, you don't worry about a thing. The anxiety is not there, even with all the, instability of the world. I feel very stable that, more is coming. It's coming.
Right. Oh my gosh.
And this deal that she's giving, it's
I
a
know.
no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. The money will come. I know, even for myself. Yeah, I'm putting the time in because I want more.
Oh my gosh, I love
It's
you. You're
coming.
amazing.
It's
You're
coming.
amazing. I want to say, like, Lynn was on the call and she just joined the Wealthy CEO with us too, because she was in the Millionaire Club. And I said, Lynn, I did a training on mother wounds in the Millionaire Club. I go, what did you think about that? And she said it was, I don't know if you were on the call when she said it, but she said it was the best hour and 20 minutes she's ever had on a Zoom. And I don't know what if you want to give like a little input about that training that I did on the mother wounds.
Well, it dug up in me that actually I felt attracted to females in my family. Number one, being jealous of me and not being kind to me, but going into that mother wound and then receiving the honor and respect, or even that I value myself and that I can receive the money and still be successful. But sister wounds, and instead of being wounded by that wound, I am now non-judgmental, compassionate, and understanding, but I know it's their stuff and not my own, because I really have walked into a solid identity as an empowered female. So yeah, that was just like the last month, right? That all came
Yeah. How
out.
did you like the training? Yeah. How did you like that training?
Loved it. Very, it was life transforming for me, definitely. Interesting enough, with female wounds, 90% of my patients are females. So I'm dealing with all these females. So I am very excited about my future attracting in healthier people, or people that want to do the work to become more healthy. And interesting, I used to have pain when I thought of my mother, but now I have an understanding of her instead of being angry. And because I really came into this saying I need emotional healing, because I carry emotional pain and I don't want to carry that pain anymore. And it's gone. It's gone. I don't have any anger towards my mother anymore, or my sister, which is amazing.
I remember when you started, and for you to do but you did the work. And you did the work. And even though she'd been with me for a little over a year now and had been doing the emotional work, because then she joined the Wealthy CEO. When that mother wound training came up, she's like, okay, I have this much more to go. And like, it was like, that was the last part of her really putting to bed that one wound. But it did take some time, but now it's behind you. Now you can go shine and be the superstar that you were meant to be, because that was keeping you where you were. And I mean, even though you've been successful, we're just ready to really get your book, your podcast, get your YouTube, get you out there, because the world needs to learn from you. Like, I want to know, just quickly, can you reverse the grays, or is it done now?
There's some secrets. Yeah, absolutely.
I need a video on that, please, ASAP.
I do want to talk to you about the Starbucks coffee cups. They have plastic.
I know,
on
everybody hates it.
Yeah, the plastic on the inside. Anyway, yeah, it's all, I have been trained by a really high qualified and experienced. When you walk through it yourself, it's so easy to turn around and share with others. But I always had the mindset it's going to be hard. I don't have time. I want to enjoy my time. I'm kind of like, I was torn, but with Shamina's teachings and the way she does it, that it's not hard. It's like you're just receiving. And I am really excited to start having, I do have multiple streams of income, but I want even more, so that I can look at my Stripe account or just see the opt-ins coming in organically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm real excited about that.
We have plans for you. I can't wait, Lori. Thank you so much for sharing and spending time with us. And I just absolutely love you and adore you. So
and we
appreciate
have emotional peace. So really, the price of peace, what is that? Like, to have peace in mind, that everything's going to work.
I can't wait for more people to join it. I mean, the Millionaire Club at the very least is where you need to be. Wealthy CEOs, ideally, because you get the Millionaire Club included, but you can always upgrade once you start making money with the Millionaire Club. That's what Lori did. Lori started first in the Millionaire Club, and then she's like, no, I want more of this. And then she upgraded with us into the Wealthy CEO. One thing I wanted to touch on that I didn't, and I was going to do another training, but by the way, we're meeting at 11 a.m. tomorrow. I said 12. It was 12 Eastern. Sorry, it was wrong time. 11 a.m. Central tomorrow is when we're meeting. Sash will send out the email for the Q&A. But the one thing that I want to share is, like, the changes. This is what Lori was talking about in my children. Even though your business is going to bloom, you are going to professionally improve, but personally. But my children, like breaking the generational trauma. Like, my kids are both when people ask me what makes me feel wealthy, it's my children, because I have broken the chain, the cycles, like everything ended with me. Like they know they can be wealthy. They know they can be successful. Both of them have healthy relationships with their significant other. My son, I raised him to be a masculine man, but also a masculine man that has emotions. And because I did my work to raise him, I know how to instead of being a woman who's just dominating, telling him what to do and being that masculine energy, I was able to be the mother that he needed so that he could be safe in his emotions to connect to another woman. I remember he came up to me, I want to say it was like 8 months ago, and he said, Mom, just out of the blue, and he gave me a hug. He said, Mom, thanks. And I thank you. And I said, for what, baby? He goes, from allowing me to wait, I want to get this right. He said, for letting me know that it was safe to feel my emotions, that it was okay to be emotional, because he used to get a lot of slack from his friends because he called me mommy up until like he was 16 or something. And then his friends were like, dude, you got to stop that. I'm like, bro, you can call me that forever. I don't care. He's like, I got to call you mom now. It was the weirdest thing when my kids started calling me mom, because I was always mommy to them because we had a connection. Right. And, but I'm now transitioned to mom. But he said that to me, because I was always a safe place for him to feel his emotions. I was always a safe place for him to be a man, and I nurtured him correctly. And one of the tips that I'll share with you, if you have a son or if you have a man in your life, and this is like just doing that masculine and feminine work, which I teach about. I mean, all of it affects your money and who you're being and everything. Because remember, money is masculine. The way that you really address a masculine man and to really have a good connection with them is not to criticize them or tell them what to do. But anytime I asked my son to, I needed him to do stuff, I always asked him. I was like, babe, I call him baby. I'm like, baby, would you mind? Could you help mommy do this? And I would ask him, when you have time, can you do these things for me? And I never overwhelmed him. And whenever you invite the masculine into a conversation and you're not forcing them and telling them what to do, which most masculine women who are wounded masculine, they're bossing around the man. They're doing that with money too. So when you're demanding on the man and the money, you affect the flow of the cash, but you also affect the flow of your connection with a person. And women, as women, we should be protected and supported and provided for by the man. And so when you understand that, then you'll understand the next level of money coming into your life. With Lori, she was the breadwinner, and it's not a surprise that she mentors women, because she's in her masculine when she's doing that. And so she's going to be the person that attracts women who need her help. So it's okay that she did that, but now she can go another level where she can get into her feminine, but still provide to her clients in a different way, if that makes sense. There's another level, but because she had a solution, she's the problem solver, then women who are needy are going to come to her and she's going to be like, hi, I'm the masculine, let me solve your problem. But we want to do it another way, right? We want to do it in a place where you are inviting the masculine to come in to support and help you. And then you also act and be in your feminine. It's a whole thing, but I got it figured out. And when you implement it, it's the most amazing thing. So because of that, my son now feels safe to be in his emotions. And I know men have been dying for me to create a program for them to really help them understand this. And, even to how to raise your children to be emotionally mastered. My kids have emotional intelligence. And to me, that's the richest thing I could possibly give them. Yes, they know money's infinite, and they know that wealth and money is like, Sierra's understanding of money is beyond my grasp sometimes, because she's watched me and she learned from me. And so, but the wealth that they have is that they're free to feel their emotions. And because of that, they're free to be authentic and they're free to be real. And when you are able to feel your emotions, you get into alignment. So you're always going to be attracting and creating what you want in your life, because you're always staying true to your own authentic self. And that to me is the highest power of an empowered person you could possibly be, because there's nothing there to sabotage or to get in your way of having success, because you're truly showing up in your most empowered self and you go beyond. My kids are highly competitive. They push themselves. They are go-getters. They play to win. They're very disciplined. They're determined. They're athletic. They're all these things, but they also are very loving and they're appreciative and they're very giving, and people call them humble. I don't like that word, but they say they're so humble and they're thoughtful. And that's what we want for our children. So when you do this work and you run your business, you're showing your kids and the people around you, like they'll change. Like Lori said, she's shifting, her kids are shifting. If you think about dynamic timelines and you think about generational energetics, things are going to change. One time I was doing a womb healing. My mom called me and Sierra FaceTimed me at the same time. That is not a coincidence because I was shifting timelines right in that moment. Oh, Miranda, you got to meet her in Chicago. Yeah, she spoke in Chicago. Episode 100 on my podcast. If you want to hear what it looks like for your children to do the work and be emotionally mastered, go listen to that. Because as parents, we want our kids to have the richness. We want them to not have to go through the suffering. I refuse to pass my trauma on to my children. I did not want my daughter to have a mother wound. She did not come into this world to take care of mom. My kids never have to emotionally take care of me. And so because of that, I've been able to create this business that's turning into an empire and be able to help other women, and they're going to help their children too. So just think about that. And just think about what you're going to get out of this. So anyway, I'm going to wrap up. But we'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Remember, if you're not in the VIP, you have to watch these videos very fast because they're going to be coming down. And really think about the thoughtful questions that you want to come with questions tomorrow, because you want to be able to get access to me to ask these questions. If you are considering the Millionaire Club, send us a message. We're going to work with you. The Wealthy CEO, all you have to do, no problem. Lori, have a great trip to Hawaii. I'll see you when you get back. Say hi to Danny for me. She's going to be there, right? Yeah. Okay. And then text us. All you have to do is to apply for the CEO, a Wealthy CEO. You just have to put down your $1,000 deposit. It is refundable if you're not an eligible person for the program. We give it back to you, but you'll get my phone number. You text me who you are, your business, and then we'll talk about, where you are and your eligibility for the program. And that's it. So Millionaire Club. Go message my team. It's $10,000 paid in full. You're getting an additional 3 months. Go do it. It's a great stepping stone to the other stuff that we're doing. And worst case scenario, if you can't do any of that, get into ATQ, Accessing the Quantum Through Emotional Self-Mastery. Go get my team will send you a special link for a huge discount for that. But go do that. All right. Stay tuned for the Q&A tomorrow. And thank you so much for joining me for these 3 days. They were long, but hopefully you got a lot of amazing information, and you're implementing it, and you're going to be out there becoming your highest version of you and becoming the millionaire and having your highest cash months. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.
A women's health provider. So I work with a lot of women that might enroll with a program like yours and they have their mastermind, they have their business coaches, but their physiology's in the way. So they're exhausted, their hormones are a wreck.
Where were you before you started working with me?
Honestly, I was doing really well. Mm-hmm. I was on track to multiple 6 figures and growing as a young entrepreneur. And I watched you for a little bit and just observed your energy and watched how I felt triggered by you and had to realize that there was something there in that.
What did it bring up for you about what you weren't in alignment with?
I probably got caught up in comparisonitis. I think I felt triggered by what wealth represented, but it was really just how you were utilizing your wealth. And it probably was me really not being ready to fully feel and express my wealth, and it felt triggering for me.
What would you feel was an immediate result after working with me?
Yeah, so the first one was in the first few days. I started playing around with, yes, I'll receive that, and just being grateful for whatever it was. And it must have been day 4 of being in your program and watching the modules, and we got a letter from the IRS saying, we've made a mistake on your taxes last year, and here's an extra $2,500. And I just had to go, right. It's not about where it's coming from. It was just a sign for me from the universe that it's about getting into the right energy, and receiving is receiving.
What successes have you seen that in your life right now since we're together that you feel it's the long-term?
Second month working with you, maybe I ended up with a 93K month, which was my best ever.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
It was big.
Yeah, it was big. It was big. What was your biggest month before that?
My biggest cash month before that, I think, was 75K, but it also came with more ease.
Yeah.
There's nothing like being in a container of other driven women that are really up to something, and we're all in agreement that we want to create big lives and that we know energy is important and mindset matters.
Now, what would you say to people who are thinking about investing or coming into the container, the women, me, the whole process?
It is no joke. You know, my understanding is you're choiceful in who you invite into the space. And I think it's for women that are hungry and wanting to put the time and energy and effort and expansion in. And from what I'm seeing, the results happen. I mean, it's not just me. I also get to hear the wins from the other women. It's spectacular.
Hi, I'm Dr. Patricia. I am from Tucson, Arizona. I am an integrative women's health physician and a health coach. My struggles before working with Shamina is how can I work through the blocks and resistance around honestly saying no to those who didn't feel good working with me. And also from a money mindset standpoint, how to structure my business where it felt pleasurable and good. I'm part of the mastermind group, so I've been through many of her programs. My favorite though was the emotional mastery. Being a healer and a coach, people can tend to displace things, so I was able to feel less triggered and able to regulate and have a bigger heart and be more empathetic without feeling kind of the negativity that was kind of thrown at me. Yeah. If I weren't with Shamina, I probably would have struggled more and trusted less that things will work out and kind of still be in that mindset of fear. I mean, honestly, it's been the best year of my life. I've been with her for 1 year, and the transformation that I got was so collapsed and so like next level that I never knew I could do in just 1 year. If you are ready to do the transformational work of becoming more of who you're meant to be, Shamina is the one to really hold that space to bring out the most authentic you so that it shows up also in your relationships, in your work, and even in how you talk to yourself, which is, I think, the most golden piece of it.
My name is Margaret, and I am a user experience designer. And as of recent, I have started to shift and clear the path to getting out of the corporate world.
Before you started working with me, like where you were, like what was happening with you? We could talk about your money, your relationships, your health. Like, I mean, you've had a lot of changes with me in the last year. But
yeah, you really were the first person ever in my life to say it's okay to love money, which is the first thing. And it's okay. And I had never worked with anyone that did that. So I had a financial shift, right? I ended up with an additional over $120,000 working with you. The other things that, like, just doing all the work, I shifted as a parent. I have 2 children. I have a 19-year-old and I have an 8-year-old. And I had a lot of up and downs with my 19-year-old. I was very controlling. So I tried to control him. I was emasculating him in many ways, and we fought all the time. Working through this process this past year has really allowed me to step away, not only to pass on the teachings to him, but also like he's noticed the change because he now sees that I'm not a control freak trying to control his life.
what's different about this container, the mastermind, my programs, than other things you take?
The difference here is that, well, first of all, you have to do the work. None of the programs really addressed any of this context on an emotional level and addressing blocks and psychology. I had never gone through anything this deep. There's a level of dedication on your end too, which I feel like I didn't have before. And then the other facet for me, which this was part of my intention. I went into this knowing that there's programs available to me that you will be teaching, but I also wanted to make sure that I had access to you as I'm working through those programs so that I can dig deeper and, like, just in case I needed to, I have another place where I can reach you and talk through these things. And I've never, like, really had that before.
Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Genevieve Cherrier. I am a real estate agent. I was a former teacher.
Where were you, like, when you first started working with me?
I had started to do some spiritual work and personal development. My relationship with money has always been a struggle. I had a lot of shadow work to do because I was connecting my identity to my success and my performance.
You just wanted to quit everything. And can you just tell everybody where you were at, what happened, and what was the silver lining, I guess, in that event?
Well, I was ready to quit. I was just questioning myself on, can I do this? Can I keep working in this field with the inconsistency of the income? And then this is what I had to uncover as well. Why do I attach my identity to my performance and my success so much? Because my work is commission-based only. It creates a lot of stress and anxiety. And so last summer, I was just questioning myself if I really wanted to do that, just to remove that stress. And then, you and I spoke and we went through some things. And as soon as I started to let go and release that pressure, I had a big transaction that just fell into my lap, my $1.6 million deal that gave me a commission of almost $50,000 that I was not expecting.
Because of the practices and what you've learned, I think that you were able to guide her into it, and then have an amazing sale. So it's like everybody around you is getting affected by the work that you're doing.
Yes, and I've discovered also that since I've done the work on myself, I attract clients that are aligned with me, that I have fun with, and that I really want to work with. And it was not always the case before.
So do you feel like you moved through a lot of, your internal blocks?
Yes, and the proof of that is that recently I've had the most deals altogether. I have had, all these pending deals that I've had to work on, and it feels so good because before I used to have one, maybe two going on or overlapping, but in the past 2 months, I've had several at the same time and more are coming.
How was I different from other programs or mentors that you've worked with?
Well, there's you, yes, but you really share from your heart and from your experience, the integration that you did, and everything you're teaching is something you went through.
Yeah. And
that counts for a lot, because you can really relate to where people are, to where we are, in our path, because you have been there.